Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to be building an expense tracking project which is going to be built using Clerk for authentication, Convex for the backend, and Vite for the front end. So this is the dashboard. Once you log in, this is what you're going to be met with. Obviously it is going to be empty, but then once you begin to add expenses, then it is going to be filled up, as you can see right there. And I'm just going to remove them. So delete, we have a nice looking model, and you can see that when you don't have any expenses, then this is what you have. You just have a blank slate, but you can begin to add expenses here. So I can do something like 7,000. This is going for rent, and then I can select from this drop down right here, and then I can select the date as well. So I can say add expense, and then it adds the expense for me, and then it also shows the spending by the category. So if I add another expense here, such as, let's say, shopping, then I can say groceries here, groceries, and then I can change this into 4,000 and then add expense. Now you might look at this and see it is in US dollar, and then you're wondering what I'm spending 4,000 on groceries for. But if you go into the settings, you can actually change the currency that you're using. And since I am Kenyan, I'm going to choose the Kenyan shilling right here, and then that updates all over the application without having to click a save button. But then now if I navigate back, you can see that now it changes the currency into the Kenyan shilling. And then if you add another expense here, such as, like, we have entertainment, so entertainment, you can set this into something like 1,500, and we have that, and you can see that they are all color coded. And this is something that we're also going to implement in our application and also in Convex. So if you go into the reports tab, you'll be able to see the expense data for the current month that you're on. So if you want to go back into like a previous month to check what you spent something on, you can simply use the back button here or the forward button to go back into the current month. And then we have a nice looking button here that says export CSV. And what this will do is that it will take all your expense data here and export them into a comma separated values file, which you can download, and then you can actually view in something like Excel or Google spreadsheets. And then finally we have the settings page, where you can see your profile picture, nothing much there. We have a currency converter here, nothing much. And then we can also add categories or remove categories if we don't like one. So if I were to add another category here, like say transport, and then set the color to this drop down and then add category, then the transport category shows up. And then if I go back into the dashboard, I can now add a category called transport, which we have just added. Now, if I log out, then we have a nice looking logout page, which is a minimal looking logout page, or the landing page. Just a left section here and a right section with the sign in and sign up, which is implemented using Clerk. So this is what we're going to be building, and I hope you enjoy it. And if you enjoyed and you do find value from it, then consider subscribing to the channel, and let's begin. So first things first, we need to create our application. So I have my terminal here open in VS Code, and I'm going to cd into my desktop. And then inside my desktop, I'm simply going to go ahead and say pnpm create vite at latest, and then enter. And then the name of our application is called expenser. And then we're going to be using React, and then we're going to be using JavaScript with a speedy web compiler. And you can see that our application is created right there. So I can cd into the expenser that has just been created, and then I can say codium dot and then -r to restart the instance of VS Code. And if you're using VS Code, then the command is code dot. And there we go. So our application is now opened up, but we need to first install node modules. Now, as we're installing node modules, we also need to install a couple of packages that we're going to need. So I'm going to say pnpm install, and you know what, it's pnpm add because I'm using pnpm. If you're using npm, then it's npm install, but I'm going to say pnpm add, and I'm going to add at clerk /clerk -react, and then I also want to install Convex. So install these two. And then we can begin to set up Clerk first of all, because this needs to go ahead and wrap the Convex provider. So what I'm going to do is navigate into dashboard.clerk.com, and then I can create a new application right here. So create application, and the name of our application, I'm just going to call this Expenser, and then I'm going to leave email and Google as the default login. So create application, and then once our application is created right there, I'm going to navigate into the React tab so that we can begin to install this. So you can see that we were installing Clerk React, which is actually this command right here, and you can select the tabs depending on the package manager that you're using. So this is what is currently installing right there, and then as it is installing, we need to go ahead and create our .env file. So I'm going to copy this, and take note that your publishable key is going to be different from mine. So just copy that, and then inside our workspace I can create a new file called .env.local, and then inside here I can paste our Clerk publishable key. And then what we need to do is inside our main.jsx file, in this case because we're using JavaScript, what we're going to do is inside this file we are going to go ahead and simply copy this, and copy this 3, copy, paste it right here, and then we need to wrap our application in the Clerk provider. So the Clerk provider takes in a prop that is called publishable key as well as the after signout URL. So you can simply go ahead and copy that and then wrap our application inside that like so. Bring the Clerk provider downwards. So the Clerk provider is going to be wrapping the app, and then we are also going to create the Convex provider, which is now going to be wrapping the app as well. So I can save that, and then I can save the .env local file as well, and then we are basically done with setting up Clerk. But now what we need to do is I can close this. I think it's safe to close that. But now if you go into the Convex docs, then you can simply scroll down a bit, and since we're using Vite, then we're going to use the React framework right there, and then I can change this to say JavaScript. And then what we need to do is we already installed Convex, but now we need to go ahead and run the Convex dev server. So inside my terminal I'm going to clear this, and then I'm going to say pnpx convex dev, and once again if you're using npm, then the command is npx convex dev. And what this will do is that it is going to initialize Convex for you. You can see that it asks me whether I want to create a new project, so I'm going to say create new project. The name of the project is Expenser, so I'm going to say enter, and then I'm going to choose the cloud deployment, and you can see that I have 0 projects remaining. It should give you a status of how many projects you have left. But once that command runs, you can see that now it says Convex functions are ready. And what that does is that it creates a Convex folder for you right here, where I can now create Convex functions to communicate with your backend. And if you take a look at your dashboard, your Convex dashboard, you'll notice that now your newly created application is right here, and it's not showing. So let me reload it, and there we go. So you can see that it is created 1 minute ago, and I'm just going to simply open this up, and take note that you should open it up in your development, otherwise you're going to have issues. And we are largely going to be in the data tab right here, so you can navigate into the data, because this is going to be our database tables. And I've just remembered something, that I shouldn't have closed the Clerk, because we need to go ahead and configure one more variable in our env local. Because if you take a look at your .env local, then these two are automatically added when you run the command to initialize Convex, or rather to start the Convex dev server. So you can remove this. This is okay to remove. You can remove the comment. Now we're going to create another variable here, which we are going to call Vite underscore Clerk underscore front end underscore API underscore URL, and this is going to be coming from Clerk. Now, how do you get it? You simply go ahead into the configure tab right here, and then you can search for, let me get it because I seem to be forgetting it. So we need to go into the JWT templates right here, and then you can say add a new template. And then when you add a new template, and I just want to mention something, that probably in a previous version of Clerk, you would notice that the UI is a bit different. But in the current version, so you have to add a new template. And then for the template name, I'm going to call this Convex. And you know what? let me not call it convex, because if I select the template right here, if I search for convex right here, then you see that it populates everything else for me, and then I can simply click on save, and then the issuer URL is this right here. Okay, okay, there we go. So the issuer URL is this right here, which I am going to copy and paste inside here. And then once again, this is going to be different for you, so just make sure that you're using the correct one for your current account. Now I can save that. And how do we use this? Because we need Clerk to be able to communicate with Convex. So what we're going to do is, inside the Convex folder, we are going to create a file that is called auth.config.js, and then inside this file we're going to say export default and open this up, and then we're going to give the providers here, and the providers is basically an array of objects. Now this object is going to be taking in the domain, which is going to be coming from import.meta.env, because that is how you access env variables when you're using Vite. So you say import.meta.env, and then in the env local we need to get this, so copy and paste it there, and then the application ID is going to be Convex, like so. Now I can save that, and that should fix something. So it says an error here, import.meta unsupported, and let me zoom out. I think even this font size is going to be visible in the video. I hope so. Let me check something in my settings. This should be at 1.5, but sometimes it doesn't set it correctly. So yeah, 1.5. now that is 1.5, and that now should be visible in the video. So application ID is Convex, but it's telling me that import meta is unsupported. And you know what, we can simply go ahead and copy this and paste it inside here. So, and then that should fix that. And then we now seem to be getting an error here, which is something, but let me not worry about it just yet. So what I want to do now is split up the terminal so that we can set up our workspaces to look a bit better, so that we can work a bit faster. Now I'm going to add a second terminal here, which I'm going to rename using F2, and I'm going to rename this into localhost, and I'm going to rename the first terminal into Convex, and then I'm going to create a third terminal here called installs. I don't know whether we still have anything that we need to install, but just in case, we're going to be using the third terminal. The second terminal is going to be running our development server, so I'm going to say pnpm dev, and then the first terminal is always going to be running the pnpx convex dev command. So make sure that this terminal is always running, otherwise your application is not going to synchronize with the database, and it is going to cause a lot of problems. Now, being that we have set this up already, then we can go ahead and create the schema for our database. So inside the Convex folder right here, you can create a new file called schema.js, and schema is basically defining how your database looks like. So again, say import define schema, and then define table, and then we're going to import v from convex values, and then we're going to say export default define schema, where we can now go ahead and define our table. So we want to create a table that is called users, so users, and then define table, and then can give the values of the users. So it's going to have a user ID, which is going to be a type of v.string, and then email is going to be v.string, and then the name is going to be v.string, and then the currency for our currency converter is going to be v.option, and not really our currency converter, but the currency that is preferred by the user. And then since it is optional, we're going to pass in string because it is an optional string, and then created at is going to be v.number, so that we can get the actual date. So, and then we're going to be indexing this by underscore user underscore ID, so that we can get the correct thing. And inside here, we're going to pass in the user ID because that is one of the values that we have right here. And then we're going to create another table that is called categories. So define table, open this up, and this is going to be taking the user ID, which is coming from v.string, and then the name is going to be v.string, and then the color of the category is going to be v.string, and then created at is going to be v.number. And then let's see, we need to index this. So index this by underscore user underscore id, and then pass in the user id as an array like so. And then we're going to create a third table here called expenses. So expenses define table, open this up, and then this is going to have the user id, which is coming from v.string, and then the amount is going to be v.number, not string, and then the description can type is going to be v.string, and then the category is going to be v.string, the date is going to be v.number, and then the created art is going to be v.number, and then updated art is going to be v.number as well, like so. And then we're going to pass in two indices for this one. So the first index is going to be by underscore user underscore id, and then we're going to pass in the user id, and then also going to index this once again by the user and date, and this is going to be passing in the user id, then comma, pass in the date as well, like so. And once we save that, it should deploy this to Convex, and you can see right there it adds everything into Convex. But we're getting a problem with our auth.js. But now if you take a look at your Convex, you can see now we have the categories table, the expenses table, and the users table. So that is looking almost correct. And I think I realized what the problem is. You know, we started setting up Convex, but we didn't finish. So I think that should be able to solve it. Now we were in this step, that is the schema, which we have already defined. We can skip this step because we have not created any functions yet. But now we need to import these two in our main.jsx file. So copy this, and then inside main.jsx you can paste it below that. So Convex is going to be here, and then now we need to wrap the Convex provider right here, or rather we need to wrap the app within the Convex provider. So you can copy the Convex provider, you can paste it right here, and then wrap the app like so. And take note that do not wrap the Convex provider outside of the Clerk provider. That is an issue that I encountered. So you have to wrap the Clerk provider and then the Convex provider and then the app. So save that, and then I think that should now be able to fix this issue. Let's check. Okay, still an issue. I think there's just an issue with my auth config. And let me go ahead and check something out. Config. Let's search for this. I want to check for the general schema. Okay, so I've searched for auth config example, and I think this is what we did, and I wonder why it is not working as I expected to work. And okay, so I seem to be getting the issue here, and I just want to mention that it is currently midnight, so my brain function is a bit reduced. So if you see me making errors like this, please understand me. So inside the main.jsx, what we need to do is we have imported the Clerk provider and the Convex provider, and then Convex React client. We also need to import the Convex provider with Clerk. So Convex provider with Clerk, which is coming from convex/React Clerk. And then what we need to do is, instead of wrapping the Convex provider here, we're going to wrap the Convex provider with Clerk. And then it takes in the client here, and then it also takes in the use auth. And what this does is that it just gives your application access to the authentication data. Now we need to get the use auth from Clerk. It should be coming from here. So use auth, so that it is imported correctly. And I think we can remove this safely. Then we can save that, and then let's save the schema.js so that this fills in. think, hopefully not yet, but as you can see, we are getting some bit of issues, so that's okay. So what I want to do is, let's just begin building our application, and then in case we encounter issues with this, then we're going to fix them. So first things first, I have prepared some CSS for this application. So what I'm going to do is just simply go ahead and copy it from my GitHub repository, which you are also going to get linked in the description below. So you can simply check the description. You're going to get a link to the GitHub repository, and then you can go ahead and copy it. So inside my source folder right here, and I'm going to create a new deployment. So don't worry about this. We need to go ahead and get all of this. We can simply copy all of it, and then we need to install Tailwind CSS, because I wonder how I forgot about that. But you can simply go ahead and paste everything inside here, and then we can install Tailwind CSS. So let's go into the Tailwind CSS docs so that you can get the instructions for installing Tailwind CSS using Vite. So we are in Vite. We need to go ahead and install this too. So copy, back inside our terminal, inside the installs tab, you can say npm add, and then paste in Tailwind CSS and Tailwind CSS Vite. And then we need to add this into our Vite config. So copy, and then inside Vite config right here, we can then go ahead and call comma and then Tailwind CSS like so. And then once we save that, we need to import this inside our CSS, which we have already done because we copy pasted something. And then we can now begin to use it. Fantastic. But before you begin using it, you'll notice that this is calling a font here, which we don't yet have. So we need to go into fonts.google.com, and then inside fonts.google.com, you can search for the font that is called Geist, like so. And then you can simply say get font, and then you can say get embed code, and then simply copy this, and then jump into your index.html and paste it below that and save it, and that is going to get the font for you. Now you can rename this into Expenser, and then you can say something like track your spending, something like that. Now I can save that. That is going to update the title, and then inside localhost we can go ahead and actually already running the server, so you can open up localhost 5173 because that is the default for Vite, and we have that. Now something is wrong because Tailwind is not applying, so that means, oh, save that. Okay, there we go. So I hadn't saved it. Now inside the app.jsx, we can simply remove all of this. We can say RFC and then save that, and we should see app on the screen. Oops, app is not showing up on the screen. F12, what's the issue? So no issue, but we can delete the app CSS. We're not going to be using this file anywhere. Okay, so app, okay, there we go. It's somewhere here, but it is white text on a white background, so need to fix that. Now inside the app.jsx, we are going to do the following. We're going to be writing a bit. Now inside the app.jsx, let's see, we need to go ahead and import the following. So you can go ahead and import use user, which is coming from /Clerk or the @Clerk /Clerk React, and then we need to import authenticated, which is coming from Convex React, and unauthenticated, and this is simply going to just help us to tell whether the user is logged in or not. We need to import use state from React. We need to import reports, which is a component that we don't have, from ./components /reports, and then can copy this down. So 1 2 3 4, and then this second one is going to say settings, and then this third one is going to say auth page, this is going to say header, and finally this one is going to say loading spinner. Now let's go ahead and create these components, otherwise we're going to have some errors. So you can create a new folder here called components, and then inside this new folder you can create a new file called reports.jsx, and then you can say RFC, save that. And RFC is coming from an extension that I have, which is called ES7 Plus React Redux and React Native Snippets. So you can go ahead and install this. It is going to help massively. Now next we have a file that is called settings.jsx, and then RFC once again. Next, we have a file that is called authpage.jsx rfc. Save it. Next, we have header.jsx rfc. Save, enter. And then next, we have the loading spinner.jsx rfc. Enter and save. So that now we are not going to get errors when we're using this. Now, inside the app, we want to go ahead and destructure is loaded from use user, like so. And then we can go ahead and create some state here. So const current page and set current page is going to be equal to use state, and by default we are going to be showing the dashboard page. Now I'm doing this because I don't want to install React Router DOM. So we are simply going to be switching the pages using this state. Now you don't have to use this. If you want to install React Router, then it is completely fine. Now we're going to check whether is loaded is true. So if not is loaded, then we're going to return the component that is called the loading spinner, like so. And then in our return statement, we're going to return a div here with a class name of min height contact dash screen, and then bg neutral dash 950. And then inside here, we're going to render out the authenticated component. Now, if the user is authenticated, then we want to show the header component, and the header component is going to be taking in a prop that is called current page, and we're going to set this equal to the current page state value. And then on page change, this is a function that is going to be calling the set current page function. And then we want to go ahead and check if the current page is equal to the dashboard, and if that is true, then we're going to render out the dashboard component, like so. Now we want to go ahead and check this for the rest of the pages, which in this case is going to be the reports. So the reports component and then the settings component, and this should change into settings. And take note of the capitalization, because these are capitalized small and then these are capitalized large. So reports and then settings, and that is the authenticated state. And then when unauthenticated, then you want to go ahead and show the auth page, like so. Now if we save that, we should be seeing the auth page somewhere. So components report, oh sorry, this should come from dot slash, right? Yeah, dot slash and then dot slash. Save that, and we should be seeing the auth page somewhere, but we're not seeing it anywhere. So it says uncount reference error, dashboard is not defined. Didn't I did? Oh, I don't have the dashboard. Yeah, it happens. Dashboard.jsx, and I'm going to blame it on the timeline. So dashboard, like so. Now you can import the dashboard. Save that. And now we should be seeing the auth page. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and begin to build out the auth page. So inside the auth page, we have, let me shut this down, and I actually can place this to the right and left so that we can build side by side. We can close all of this and then focus on the auth page, like so. Now, first thing, we're going to go ahead and import the sign in and sign up, which are coming from @Clerk /Clerk React. And then we're also going to import use state, and then we're going to import some components here. So $, and then trending up, and then pie chart, and then the bar chart 3. These are coming from Lucid React, which we don't have. So inside our installs tab right here, you can go ahead and say npm add lucid-react, enter to install that icon library. And then as it is installing, we can set up our state here. So const is sign in and set is sign in is equal to use state, and by default it is going to be true. Now inside our return, we're going to go ahead and return a div here with a class name of min height min dash height dash screen, then bg neutral dash 950, and then flex. And then inside this div, we're going to be building a kind of grid. So it is going to have a left side and a right side. So we're going to create a div here with a class name of hidden. And then it is also going to have a class name of large screens of flex. And then on large screens, we're going to say width dash 1/2. And then I'm going to say bg dash gradient dash 2 dash bottom right. And then from dash neutral dash 900 to dash neutral dash 800, padding all around of 12, flex dash column, and then justify dash center. Justify dash center. And this is going to give it like a kind of gradient that I really like. Now inside here, we're going to return another div with a class name of max width dash large. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then item dash center, and then margin bottom of 8. And then inside here, you can now render out the $sign component and give it a class name of size of 8, so width and height of 8, and then text dash white, and then margin right of 3. Close that out. And then below the $sign, we can have an h1 with the class name of text dash 3xl, and then font dash bold, and then text dash white, and then the text is going to say expenser. So, and you can save that to see what you have on the screen. Reload this. And don't worry, these are ESLint errors. It just highlights the variables that you have not used. So I think it's pretty handy actually. Okay, so we're not seeing anything on the screen. Okay, there we go. Oh, you know what? It is hidden on small screens. What am I doing? So I actually need this to be open on large screen so that you can see what we're building. So this is the gradient, so it comes from 900 to 800. And I think it looks really nice because it gives these kinds of like shades and lines. Now below the h1 and then below this div, we're going to have an h2 with a class name of text dash 4xl, then font dash bold, then text dash white, and then margin bottom of 6. And then the text is going to say take control of your finances. And then below the h2, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name, class name of text neutral dash 300, then text dash large, and then margin bottom of 12. And then the text is going to say track expenses, analyze spending and spell, analyze spending patterns, and make informed financial decisions. I can't even copy. Come on, I can't even copy from my own code. Decisions with our intuitive dashboard. Full stop. Now this text I just asked ChatGPT to generate it for me because I was too lazy. Now below this paragraph, we're going to have a div with a class name of space dash y dash 8, and then another div with a class name of flex, and then items dash center. And then inside here, we're going to render out the trending up icon with the class name of size dash 6, so width and height of 6, and then text dash white, and then margin right of 4. Close that up. And then below this, we're going to have another div, and then this div is going to have an h3 with a class name of text dash white, and then font dash semi bold, and then the text is going to say real dash time tracking. So make this capitalized. And then below the h3, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text neutral dash 300, and then the text is going to say monitor your expenses as they happen. And then you can save that. Let's see what we have. Okay, look at that coming up nicely. So real-time tracking. And then we need to go below this paragraph, and then one div, and then two div, and then create another div. So basically this is one, and then this is the parent. Now we're going to create another div with a class name once again of flex, and then items dash center. And then this is going to be showing the pie chart, and this pie chart is going to have the same class names. I mean, we can copy this entire thing so that we can speed up a bit. So change this into pie chart, and then the h3 is now going to say category analysis, category analysis, and then this paragraph is going to say understand where your money goes. Can't even spell this correctly, and even this one. Okay, fantastic. And then I can copy this div, paste it down one more time, and then this is now going to show the bar chart 3. The class names are going to remain the same. This is now going to say visual reports. The text is going to say beautiful, beautiful charts and insights. Fantastic. And then we can go ahead and save that. And remember that we are building a kind of grid, so we need to go below. It should be this div, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it should be this one. And then below this div, so we want to now go ahead and build up our sidebar for our right side for authentication. So we're going to have a div here with the class name of width-full, and then on last screens we're going to say width-1/2 1/2, and then it's going to have a class name flex, and then flex-call, justify-center, and then padding all round of 8. And then inside this div we're going to have another div with a class name of width-full, and then max width-md, and then mx-auto. And then inside this we're going to have even another div with a class name of large screens of hidden, and then flex, then item-center, then justify-center, and then margin bottom of 8. And then we're now going to render out the $sign icon, and this is going to have a class name of size-8, and then text-white, and then margin right of 3. And then below this we're going to have an h2 with a class name of text-3xl, and then font-bold, text-white, and then the text is going to say expenser. Save that, and we should now see it somewhere here. Reload. Okay, making a mistake. Perhaps this div should be inside here. I think. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. Sometimes I hate dealing with UI stuff. Let's check our console. Nothing is showing up. Is this hidden somewhere? Justify flex or justify center? I don't think it is hidden anywhere. I have a class of hidden here, but on last screens it is flex. So let's see. So this div, what is the class name here? Main height screen, be neutral, and then flex. Let me try something. Let's disable all this. Let me just add some lorem 50 to see whether that text shows up. Okay, the text shows up. So our problem is in the class names. So class name is here with -full large screens with -1/2 on the flex column just for center, max with medium, mx auto, large screens hidden. Okay, so this is supposed to show up on small screens. Why am I even bothering? Let's save that. There we go. So this is on small screens. And I'll keep on blaming the time currently. So below the h2 and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of bg neutral-800, and then rounded-xl, then padding all round of 8, and then the border, then border neutral-700, and then we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then rounded-large, and then bg neutral-900, and then padding all round of 1, and then margin bottom of 8. And then this is going to have a button. This button is going to have an on click where it is going to be toggling the set is sign in to true, so that we can show the sign in component. And then this button is going to have a class name here of flex-1, padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 4, rounded-medium, text-sm. And actually, do we need this here? Because in the index.css, which I did not actually show you, but in the index CSS we are setting everything on the body to have a font size of 14, so that it is just a bit smaller. can see that there's nothing much on the index.css really, but we're just setting the global styles here for the fonts, setting the font size here to 14, and actually I think I can place it here so that it is a bit more comprehensive. And then we're setting all the buttons to have a cursor pointer, and then we're just changing up the scroll bar because the default scroll bar looks ugly. So save that, and then after rounded medium, we need the font dash medium, and then transition dash colors, and then we want to check, and actually not what made in this should be backticks, and actually open this up right here and then close it up right here, because we want to check if is sign in is true. Now if is sign in is true, then we want the button to have a bg of white, and then text dash neutral dash 900. Otherwise we are going to give it a class name of text neutral dash 300, and then on hover text dash white, and then the text for the button is going to say sign in, like so. Now if I save that, we're going to have that button, and then we're going to simply copy this button downwards, change this into false, not false-I, and then this is going to check for not is sign in, and then this is now going to say sign up. Save that, and you can see that. So if is sign in is true, then this is highlighted, and then you can toggle them like so. And using this toggle, we're going to be rendering the form for the sign in and for the sign up. And how are we going to do that? We're going to go below this button and then below this div, and then we're going to create another div where we're going to say if is sign in is true, then we want to render out the sign in component from Clerk. Otherwise we want to render out the sign up component from Clerk. Save that, and voila, now we have our sign in and we have our sign up, and I've just mixed up the two. But you can see that now we have this on the left, and then we have our sign up form on the right. Now if I go ahead and log in with Google, there we go. So it is going to redirect me here to prove that I'm not a robot. So verify that you are human, and then you'll notice that this is now going to show authenticated somewhere. It should now show the dashboard component if I'm not wrong, but it's showing, oh, it's reloading automatically. That should not happen. That should not happen. Let's shut down our server. Shut it down first of all so that it doesn't do that. Okay, and then let's fix that issue. And so the reason why that is happening is because in the app.jsx we are linking Convex, but since we are using Convex for the authentication and Clerk for our sign in and sign up, then our sign up in Clerk should be going through, because if I check the users, it should show me the currently logged in user, right? But the problem comes because in our database for Convex, the users are not being stored. So what is happening is basically because the user is not stored in Convex, so it shows you the auth page, but then Clerk has already gone through, so it wants to show you the dashboard page. So what needs to happen is we need to jump into the dashboard page and then make sure that the user is registered in Clerk. So let's go ahead and do that next. So in the dashboard page, we're going to be importing a bunch of stuff. So we're going to import use user from Clerk React. We're going to import use query from Convex React, as well as use mutation from Convex React, but we have not yet used this anywhere. So they're just going to be left hanging for now. And then we're also going to import API from //convex. Oops, is that the correct one? Let me check. /convex /generated/API. Now this is how we're going to be communicating with the Convex backend. And then we also need to import use effect, use state, and use memo from React. And we are going to import some a bunch of other components, but we don't yet have them. But you can import the plus icon from Lucid React. So I don't want to import the components just yet because I just want to fix this first of all. So inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to destructure the user from use user, like so. And then once we do that, then we need to save the user into Convex. So how do you do that? I'm going to create a function here called store user. You can call it save user if you want. So use mutation, we're going to be calling the use mutation, and then we're going to call API.users, which don't yet have .store user. Now we don't have this function, so we need to go ahead and create it in Convex. So how do we do that? We jump into the Convex folder right here. We can create the users.js or users.js, because this function right here is coming from the users, and API is how we communicate with Convex. Now you can call this something else such as functions, you can call it such as milk, but just make sure that the function that you're referencing is inside that particular file. So let's go ahead and create this function. So inside the users.js, we're going to import v from Convex values, we're going to import mutation, and we're going to import query from /generated/server, so. And then we're going to say export const store user is equal to a mutation here, and the mutation is going to be taking in some arguments, because we know in our schema that in order to store a user we need to get all this data. So I can copy this from here and then paste them in as our arguments, and we don't need to pass the created at here because we're going to add it in our handler function. So for the handler, we're going to call an asynchronous function where we're going to access the context as well as the arguments which you have just defined above, and then we're going to check if there is an existing user already. So const existing user is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the users table with the index. Remember, we created index of by user ID, and then we're going to pass in a callback function here called q. We're going to say query.equal, so q.eq, and then we want to check if the user ID that is passed in is equal to the arguments, that user ID that we're getting from our arguments. Now if that is true, we want to get the first ID that matches, and once we do that, then it means that there is an existing user. So if the existing user exists, or rather, what am I saying? If there's an existing user, then we want to go ahead and update some piece of the data, which is the currency. Now the currency came in as one of the last thoughts, that's why I implemented it like this, and I feel as though probably it's not the correct way, but it works. So arguments.currency and existing user.currency, if that is true, or that is not equal to, sorry, if it is not equal to the arguments.currency, then what we're going to do is await context.db.patch, because now we're adding something to the database, or rather updating. Then we want to pass in the existing user ._id, because in Convex it stores it as an underscore ID. And then we want to go ahead and pass in the currency and set it equal to, can't see what I'm typing, I sometimes hit those kind of suggestions. So currency, then pass in the arguments.currency, like so. And then we're going to go below this, and then we're going to say return existing user ._id. So, and then otherwise, if there is no existing user, then we're going to return await context.db, not cctv, so context.db.insert, because we're creating a new user, insert into the users table. And what we're inserting? We're inserting everything that is currently inside our arguments, and then we want to update the currency into the arguments.currency or USD. Now why did I choose USD? Because it is a very common currency that is used all over, and I am Kenyan. I can use Kenyan shillings, but I mean, who knows those conversions anyway. So USD, and then below this we're going to call created at, and created at is going to be date.now, like so. And that is our function to store the user. Now that we have that, and we are going to be using this someplace downwards in our file, so we're going to be getting this error because we have not used this variable. But we can save this for now, and then we can jump back into our dashboard. And inside our dashboard, we can go ahead and call use effect, and use effect is going to be taking in an empty dependency array, and you know what, it's not even empty. Why is my brain is not working today? So it is going to be dependent on the user as well as the store user function, like so that anytime that this updates, then the use effect is going to run, and anytime that a new user signs up, then the use effect is also going to run. So inside you want to check if the user exists. So if there is a user, then we want to create the user in Convex. So we're going to call store user, where we're going to pass in the data as an object, because remember that the user is being stored in arguments. Where is that function that I've closed? Right here, we are passing the arguments as an object. So even inside here, we need to pass in the data as an object. So what are we passing in? We are passing in basically everything inside here. So we are going to pass in the user ID, and where's the user ID coming from? It is coming from the user.id when the user signs up. The email is coming from the user.primary email address. So primary email address question mark. If that is true, because sometimes it is not true, then we want to get the email address. Otherwise, we want to just return an empty string, because email is a type of string. And then the name is going to be the user.full name, or user.first name, or simply user, like so, if none of those exist. And then once we have that, we can close that out, and then that should be able to store our user. So let's go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and clear this, and then let's restart our server on locals 5173. So let's reload that, and once it logs in, then this should update automatically. So let's hope it works. Okay, so we're still having the same issue, and the user is not even being created. Interesting. Annoying. Interestingly annoying. So let's shut that down once again. Now I just noticed something, that I created the components folder outside of the source folder. So originally it was outside the source folder. So what I did is just drag and drop it inside the source folder. Okay, so even after restarting our server, you noticed that it was still logging me out. But what I've done is I simply went ahead and copied and pasted back this in the link to our Convex. So this right here. So I pasted it back in, and if I check this now, like, it's working. So I don't know whether it was the same for you or it was just happening for me, but you can see that now. You can see our header as well as our dashboard. Now before you can begin working on the header, this is something that I will forget. Let's work on the loading spinner. Now the loading spinner is a very simple component. So it's going to return a div here, and let's actually remove this React import because we don't need it. So it's going to return a div here, the class name of min height dash screen, then bg neutral dash 950 flex items dash center justify dash center, and then inside we're going to return another div, the class name of flex dash column, and then items dash center, and then another div with the class name of animate dash spin, and then rounded dash full, then size of 16, then border dash bottom dash 2, then border dash white, and then inside we're going to turn a paragraph with the class name of text dash neutral dash 300, and then margin top of 4, which is going to say loading ... Save that, and that is our loading spinner. Now let's go ahead and close all of this down. Let's jump into our header.jsx, and then let's begin building out our header. So we're going to have an import here of user button, which is a component that is coming from Clerk React, like so. So user button, it is capitalized, and then we're going to import the $sign, and then we're going to import the menu as well as the X from Lucid React, and then we're going to import use state and use effect as well. And then the header is going to be taking a prop here called current page, and then on page change, just like we saw previously. and then it's going to have some state values. So const is menu open and set is menu open. This is going to equal to use state, and by default it is going to be false because we don't want to show the mobile menu by default. Now let's create some state here for our navigation. So const links is equal to, and we're going to say this is going to be an array of objects. We're going to say that the name for this is going to be dashboard, and then the ID is going to say dashboard, because remember that we're navigating using the components and not actual pages. And then let's copy this 2 more times. So 1, 2. This is going to say reports. This is going to say small letter reports. This is going to say settings. This is going to say settings with a small s, like so. And then we're going to call our use effect here with a dependency array of the current page, so that when the current page changes, then we're going to call set is menu open to false, so that it closes our mobile sidebar. Now instead of a div, we're going to return a header element with a class name here of border dash bottom, and then border dash neutral dash 800 max width dash 7xl, and then mx dash auto. And then inside we're going to return a div with a class name of max width dash 7xl, mx auto, and then padding on the x of 4. And then inside this div we're going to return another div with a class name of flex and items dash center, justify dash between, and then give it a height of 16. And then this is going to have an h1 with an on click here that is going to be an arrow function, or rather an inline function, which is going to call the on page change function, where we want to change the page into the dashboard. So basically when you click on the logo of the application, now this is going to have a class name here of text dash xl, font dash bold, and then text dash white, and then cursor dash pointer, and then the h1 is going to say expenser. Now below the h1, and actually you can save that to see what I have on the screen, right, that right there. Now below the h1 we're going to have a div with the class name of hidden, and then on medium screens we're going to say flex, and then items as center, and then space on the x of 8. And then inside this we're going to have a nav element with a class name of flex, and then space on the x of 6. And then inside here we're going to map over our links, so links.map, and then for every item that we get back, the object that we get back, I'm calling it an item, we're going to return a button here with the key of item.id. And then when you click on this button, we're going to be calling an inlet function. We're going to say on page change, we want to change it into the item.id, so basically this right here, so that it switches into the settings or the reports or the dashboard. Now this button is going to have a class name here which are going to be dynamic, so pass in a backticks, and then we're going to say transition dash colors, and then text dash sm, and we don't need the text small. What am I doing? And then we're going to have a $sign here where we're going to check if the current page is triple equal to the item.id, because that means that we are on that particular page and we want to apply some styles. So if that is true, then we're going to apply the class name of text white and then underline. Otherwise we're going to apply text neutral dash 300, and then on hover we're going to say text dash white, and then the text for the button is going to say the item name. Now below the nav element here we're going to return the user button component from Clerk. Now I can save that, and this is what I have on the screen. So I'm currently on the dashboard page, so I can click on the reports, it's going to show the reports page, and settings is going to show the settings page, and then this is our user button which can use to manage account or to sign out. So back inside the dashboard page, and actually we are on the header, so below this user button and then below the div we can go ahead and create another div with a class name of medium screens. It is going to be hidden, and then we're going to have a button here. The button is going to go ahead and be checking if is menu open is true. Now if this is true, then we're going to render out the X icon. This X icon is going to have a class name here of size-6, and then otherwise we're going to render out the menu icon with a class name of size-6 once again, and then close it out. And the on click for this button is going to be calling an inline function here called set is menu open to the opposite of is menu open. So if it is true, then set it false, and if it is false, then set it to true, basically creating the toggle. Now it is going to have a class name of text-neutral-300, and then on hover it's going to have a class name of text-white, like so. Now if I save that and go into the mobile view, you notice that what we're talking about is this menu right here. So I can open that up and then I can close it. Now we can't see anything because we have not created any items inside our menu, but we can go ahead and do that right away. So we're going to go below this button and then below two divs, and then we're going to check if is menu open is true, and only when it is true, that's when I want to go ahead and create this div with a class name of medium screens hidden, padding on the Y of 4, border dash top, and then border dash neutral dash 800. Close that out and close out the div, and then we're going to render out the nav element once again with the class name here of flex dash column and space on the Y of 4. And then when you close out the nav, then we're going to map over our links once again. So links.map, and then for every item that we get back, because now we're creating the mobile menu, we're going to return a button. And you know what, there's no need to type that or type that out again. So let's just copy this, and then we're going to return the button right there, because it is still going to have a key of that. When you click on that, it's going to be changing the page. The class names are going to remain the same as well. And then of course below this, we're going to return a div with the class name of padding top of 2, where we're going to render out the user button, because remember that this is now the mobile menu. So save that, and then now if we test it out once again, you can see that this is the mobile menu, and close it and open it up as we please. Fantastic. Now that we have the header, we can begin to build out our dashboard, or rather we can continue to build out our dashboard. So our dashboard is going to have a bunch of components which I want to go ahead and create, because we're going to be importing them somewhere. So let's first of all navigate into dashboard. Now our dashboard is going to have a component here called stats card. So stats card, which is coming from /stats card, because we're in the same folder. And then you can copy this down a bunch of times. The second one is going to say expense form. This is going to say expense list. This next one is going to say category chart, and then next it is going to say month filter. Now let's go ahead and create these components. So inside the components folder, create a new file called statscard.jsx, rfc, enter, save. Next one is called expense form, jsx, rfc, save, enter. Next one is called expense list, jsx, rfc, enter. Next is called category chart, rfc, save and exit. And the next one is called month filter.jsx, rfc, enter, save, and then we can continue to build out our dashboard without having errors of the components. Now our dashboard is going to be having some state values. So const show form and set show form is going to be equal to useState, and by default it is going to be false, because we don't want to show the expense form by default. And then const editing expense, so whether you're editing or not. So editing expense and set editing expense is equal to useState. useState, by default it is going to be now. And then const selected month and set selected month is going to be equal to useState. By default we're going to pass in the new date so that you can get the current date for today, or that just get the current date. What am I even saying? Now Apart from that, we're going to be having some other functions from Convex which we need to create. So we're going to be getting the expenses. So expenses, this is going to be equal to use query, and this is going to be coming from api.expenses. Remember that now we need to go ahead and create this function .expenses.list expenses, and then this is going to be taking in the user .id. So we want to check if that is true. Then the user ID, we're going to set it equal to the user.id. Otherwise, if it has not yet loaded, we want to skip the query. Now skip is something that Convex provides, so that if this doesn't exist, so that if it evaluates to false, then can simply skip the query so that it doesn't evaluate to null. And then const category totals, category totals is equal to use query, and we're going to say api.expenses.get total by category, and this is also going to be checking if the user .id exists. If it does, then we want to go ahead and pass in the user ID as the user.id, and then otherwise we want to skip the query if it has not yet loaded, and check the capitalization. This is capital I. Don't make that mistake like me. Now we need to go ahead and create these two functions. So inside Convex, we're going to create a new file called expenses.js, and then inside expenses, we're going to say import v from Convex values, import mutation, and then query. Now something that I am going to do is that whenever we create a new file for Convex, we're going to create all the functions that we're going to need for that particular file, so that we don't have to keep on jumping back and forth. So we're going to create export const create create expense, but I call it create. This is going to be equal to mutation here, and then arguments are going to be as follows. If we just check the schema, you can get the expenses right here. So you can copy and then paste them here, so that don't type that all, or we don't type all that out. We can remove the created that and the updated that, and then we can have our handler function here, which is an asynchronous function taking in the context as well as the arguments, where we're going to return, we're going to say const now is equal to date.now to get the current time, and then we're going to say return await context.db.insert, and we're inserting into the expenses database. And what do we want to insert? We want to insert everything inside the arguments that we have just passed, and then we want to pass in the created at, where we're going to pass in the now that we have just destructed there, and then the updated at as well, pass in as now. And then the next function is going to say export const list, so basically list expenses, and then this is a query because we are querying the database. Is going to be taking the argument of the user ID, in this case, which is v.string, and then our handler function is going to be an asynchronous function, once again taking the context as well as the arguments, where we're going to say return await context.db.query. We are querying the expenses database, and we're querying it with index of by user ID. Remember, we created that, and then we're going to pass in a callback function here. We're going to say q.equals, and we want to check if the user ID that is provided equals the arguments.user ID that we have in the database, and then we want to order them in descending order, and then we want to collect them so that it shows all the expenses. So that is that. And then the next function is export const get by date range. This is going to be equal to a query, and this is going to be taking in the arguments of user ID passed in as v.string. It's going to have a start date passed in as v.number. It's going to have the end date passed in as v.number as well. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function. Context arguments, you can see it has some repetition. That's why I was tempted to just copy and paste it. Inside, you're going to return await context.db.query. Once again, we're querying the expenses table with the index of by user and date. So by user and date, pass in a callback function here. We're going to say q.equals the user ID, and then pass in the arguments dot user ID, and then we're going to say dot gte. We're going to pass in the date, and then arguments dot start date, and then once again dot lte, which is going to be the date, and then pass in the arguments dot end date, like so. And then we want to order them in descending order, and then we want to collect all of them, like so. And that is the function. This should be a string, so descending, like so. And this is basically the greater than and then the less than. Next we have our update function, so export const update. This is going to be equal to a mutation. We're going to pass in the arguments here. It's going to be taking the ID, which is v.id, and it is coming from the expenses table. And then the amount is v.optional, because when you are updating your data, everything that you're updating is optional because it is already in the database. So v.optional and then v.number. And then the next one is the description, which is once again v.optional and then v.string. Then the next one is category, which is v.optional and then v.string. And then the next one is the date, which is v.optional and then v.string, like so. And then we're going to have our handler async context arguments, like so. And then we're going to say this const id, destructure the id, and then get all the updates that you want to pass, so updates, and this is going to be equal to the arguments, so just destructure them because it's going to be easier. Where we're going to say return await context.db.insert, sorry, not insert but patch, because we are updating the database and we want to pass in the id, and then open up an object here, pass in all the updates that we have, or updates that we have made, and then the updated at time is going to be the date dot now. So that is our update function. Next is the remove function, so export const remove is equal to a mutation, and this is going to have some arguments here. So it's going to have an argument of v, or of id rather, which is coming from v.id, and we want to get the id from the expenses table. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous, taking in the context and then the arguments. So context, I hope it did not import anything on top. Okay, sometimes it auto imports. And then we're going to say await, or the return await context.db.delete, and we're deleting the arguments.id that we have. And then next we have the get total by category, so export const get total by category, and this is going to be equal to query. And you know what, probably the delete function should come last, and then this is going to taking in the arguments of user id, which comes from v.string, and then the handler here is going to be an asynchronous function, taking the context and then the arguments. We're going to say const expenses is equal to await context.db.query the expenses table with index of by user id, then pass in a callback function here called q. We're going to say q.eq equals the user id, and check the arguments that user id, and then dot collect to get all the expenses. And then we're going to say const category totals is equal to an empty object, and then we're going to say expenses dot for each expense. Then we're going to say category totals, and then pass in the expense dot category is equal to the category totals, pass in the expense dot category or 0, and then now add in the expense dot amount. So then once you do that, then you can return object dot entries, because it is an object, so you want to transform it into an array. Pass in the category totals dot map, and then open this up and then open up an array. Want to get the category, and then the total, and then outside of this we can open up an object here where we're going to say that we want to get back the category and then the total. Okay, that was quite long. We can save that, and we have an issue here. Category is not defined because this should say category totals. Now I can save that, and then back inside our dashboard we now have, I saw it updating, so I thought it had updated something, but nothing. So back inside our dashboard we are now going to go below the use effect, and inside our dashboard we're going to be having some functions. So we're going to have a function called handle edit expense. This is going to be an arrow function like so. So just leave it as empty. We're going to have another function here called handle form close. Separate them out. And then we're going to have another function here called filtered expenses. And this is not really a function. It's more of like a value. And this is where we're going to be using use memo. So here what we're going to do is, let's do it like this. So is equal to use memo. And we're going to call this, and then memo takes in an array here where and this is going to be dependent on the expenses, and then it is also going to be dependent on the selected month, so that it can memorize the values so that we don't have to recalculate this every single time because it is going to be too expensive. And then we're also going to have total expenses, but total expenses is more of a value. So let's just begin to build out our UI. So this is going to have a class name here of main height dash screen, and then bg dash transparent, and then inside this we're going to have a main element with the class name of max width dash 7xl mx dash auto, padding on the x of 4, then padding on the y of 8, and then inside this we're going to have a div with the class name of margin bottom of 8, and then an h1 with the class name of text dash 3xl and font dash bold, text dash white, and then margin bottom of 2, and then the text is going to say dashboard. And then below the h1 we're going to have a paragraph here with the class name of text neutral dash 300, and then the text is going to say track and manage your expenses. Now if we save that, we're simply going to see that on the screen. We have an issue somewhere, probably because of the function that I've just created. List expense. Oh, we call the function list. That's what I called it. There we go. So now we have our dashboard right there. Track and manage your expenses. And then we're going to go below this div, and we're going to create another div with a class name of margin bottom of 6. And this div is going to generate out the month filter component, and the month filter is going to be taking the selected month prop, which is going to be equal to the selected month state value, and then on month change prop is going to be equal to set selected month like so. Close it out, and then we're going to render out the stats card like so, and the stats card is going to be rendering or they're taking in a prop here called total expenses, and this is going to be equal to total expenses, and then monthly expenses is going to be equal to monthly expenses, and then expense count is equal to filtered expenses dot length, so the number of them. Now you can see right here that total expenses and monthly expenses is not defined, so let's go ahead and create them so that we don't get any errors. So const total expenses is equal to the expenses, so we want to check if there are any expenses, so question mark dot reduce. So that is called optional chaining, so that you don't have to get or that you don't get an error if your value is undefined. Dot reduce, and then pass in the sum, and then the expense, can't type expense as well, where we're going to say sum plus expense dot amount, then pass in 0, otherwise return 0. That is the total expenses, which I misspelled. And then const monthly expenses is going to be equal to the filtered expenses dot reduce, and then we're going to pass in the sum and the expense as well. We're going to say sum plus I can type plus expense dot amount and pass in 0 like so. Now obviously you can tell that now we need to go ahead and create our filtered expenses, but our application should still be able to run before we do all that. Now below the stats card right here, we're going to create a div with a class name of grade and grade dash columns dash 1, and then large screens we're going to say grade dash columns dash 3, and then give it a gap of 8 with a margin top of 8 as well. And then inside here we're going to create a div with a class name of large screens called dash span dash 2, that it spans 2 grid columns. And then inside that we're going to create another div with a class name of flex, and then items dash center, and then justify dash between, and then margin bottom of 6. And then inside here we're going to have an issue with the class name of text dash xl, font dash bold, and then text dash white, and then it's going to say recent expenses. And then below the h2 we're going to have a button here with an on click. So on click we're going to be calling an inline function here called set show form into true, so that we can now show our form to create an expense. The text is going to be showing the plus icon with a class name of size dash 4, so width and height of 4, and the text is going to say add expense. Now the button is going to have some class names here of bg white, and then on hover we're going to say bg white /75, and then text dash neutral dash 900, and then font dash bold, and then padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 4, rounded dash large, then flex items dash center, justify dash center, and then gap of 2, and then transition dash colors. And then if I go ahead and save that, we should be able to see something on the screen. F12 was the issue. Reading reduce dashboard number 46, 9 number 46, filtered expenses. Okay, so it means that we have to create this because it can't read reduce when this is empty. So let's go ahead and create that right away. So use memo is right here. So we're going to open this up, and then we're going to say if there are no expenses, then return an empty array. And then if there are expenses, then we're going to say return expenses dot filter. Then for every expense that we get back, then we're going to say const expense date is equal to new date, then pass in the expense dot date because that is how we are storing it in Convex. And then we're going to return once again, and we're going to return the expense date dot get month, and check if this is equal to the selected month dot get month, so, and the expense date dot get full year, and check if this is equal to the selected month dot get full year, so, and then this is dependent on the expenses and then the selected month. So save that, and then now we should be able to see something. There you go. So we have recent expenses and then add expense. Why is that misaligned? It is misaligned because of y. So bg white, hover bg white, flex is here, item center, so I misspelled that, so center, and there we go. Fantastic. Now when I click on this, it should show the expense form which we have not yet created, so we're going to create that as well as we go along. Now we're going to go below this button and then below this first div, and then we're going to render the expense list component like so. The expense list is going to be taking the expenses prop, which is going to be equal to the filtered expenses, like so. And then it's going to have an onEdit function, which is going to be calling the handle edit expense function, which is currently empty on top. And then we're going to go below this div. We're going to create another div with an h2 with a class name of text-xl, font-bold, text-white, and then margin bottom of 6. And then this is going to say spending by category. And then below the h2, we're going to render out the category chart. And the category chart is going to take in a data prop, which is going to be equal to the category totals, or if there are no category totals, it is simply going to be an empty array. And then we're going to go below the main element right here, and then we're going to say we want to check if show form is true, and only when show form is true, that's when we want to render out the expense form component. Now the expense form here is going to be taking in the expense prop, and this is going to be equal to the editing expense function, and then on close prop once again is going to be calling the handle on close, like so. So now when I save it and look at that, now we have our category right here, we have our expense list right there, we have our expense form right there, and we have our month filter right there. So now if I click on this, it should show the expense form. If I reload that just to demonstrate, ooh, the loading animation is bad. But look at this, if I click on the add expense, it shows the expense form. Fantastic. Now let's fix the loading animation first of all. So loading spinner, this I think should be outside of the div. Save that, because that should be a self-closing div. There you go, much better. Now let's go ahead and deal with our month filter component first of all, because I want to go down the line. So this is the first component, and then the stats card, and then the expense list, and then this one, and then probably the expense form. So month filter first. So inside our month filter component, so month filter right there, what we're going to do is we're going to import the chevron left, the chevron left, we're going to import the chevron right, we're going to import the calendar component from React, and then we're also going to import format from datefns, which we don't yet have. Let's Control J to open up our terminal, and this is a previous error. We've already fixed it, so you can safely ignore that. And inside the install, we're going to say pnpm add date-fns and let that install, and we can continue building. Now remember that month filter takes in a prop called selected month, and then set selected month, and then right here we can go ahead and create our functions. So const go to previous month is going to be an arrow function, like so. We're going to say const new date is equal to new space date, and then pass in the selected month, and then we're going to say new date dot set month, new date dot set month, and then pass in new date dot get month -1, so -1, like so. And then on month change, we're going to pass in the new date, like so. Now the next function is const go to next month. This is going to be an arrow function, like so. And then we're going to go ahead and say const new date once again is equal to new space date, pass in the selected month, and then we're going to say new date dot set month, and then pass in new date dot get month +1. So we can go plus or minus, and then below this we're going to say on month change, pass in the new date, and then const go to current month, go to current month is going to be an arrow function. We're going to say on month change, pass in the new date so that it just gets the current month, and then const is current month is equal to an arrow function. So we want to check whether if you have scrolled forward or backward, we want to check if you're the current month. So const now is equal to new date, and then I'm going to say return, and return selected month dot get month, and check if this is equal to the now dot get month, like so. And then want to check the selected month dot get full year. Why isn't it giving me the suggestion? Get full year is equal to now dot get full year, like so. That is how you check if it is the current month. So let me just confirm, because it wasn't giving me the suggestion. So unselected month dot get full year. Okay, and then we can begin to build out our return. And you know what, this is not selected month, this is on month change. I was wondering why it was giving me an error here. Now the div here is going to have a class name of bg neutral dash 900, and then rounded dash xl, and then border dash neutral dash 800, then flex, and then items dash center, and justify dash between. And then inside this, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, then items dash center, then space on the x of 4, and then this is going to be rendering the calendar icon with a class name of size dash 5, then text dash white. Close that out. Below this, we're going to have a span with a class name of text neutral dash 300, text dash small, and then font dash medium. And then this is going to say viewing expenses for, and then it's going to show the dates. Now below the span and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then items dash center, then space on the x of 4. And then below this div, we're going to have a button, and this button is going to have an on click of go to previous month, previous month. So, and then this is going to be rendering the chevron left icon, and then the chevron left is going to have a class name of size dash 4, like so. I wonder why VS Code doesn't have like the function to make the cursor disappear when you start typing. It's quite annoying. Now chevron left, and this is going to have some class names. The class name is going to be padding all round of 2, text dash neutral dash 400, and then on hover the text is going to be white, and then on hover the bg is going to be neutral dash 700, and then rounded dash large, and then transition dash colors. And then we're going to go below this button, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a class name of text dash center, and then main dash width dash 140 pixels. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h3 with a class name of text white and font dash semi bold. And then this is going to be calling in the format function from datafns. We're going to pass in the selected month, and then we want to format it in the form of month, and then year, like so. And then close that out. That is the h3. And then below this div on the h3, we're going to have another button. So just simply copy this down, paste it here, change this into chevron right, and then change this into go to next month, like so. Fantastic. And then now below this button, and did I not import this chevron right? Oh, I mistyped it, or that misspelled it. This should be a small h. Now below this button, we want to check if it is the current month. So if is current month, and is current month is a function, so remember to call it as a function. So if that is true, then we're going to render out a button here. So let's go ahead and copy this button, paste it there, and then now this button is going to have it's not going to have an icon rather, and then the text is going to say go to current month, or you can say something like jump to current month. I think that is appropriate. And then the function here is going to call go to current month. The class names are going to be a bit different, so let's go ahead and type them out. So this is going to have a class name of padding all round of 3, sorry, padding on the x of 3, padding on the y of 1, text dash extra small, bg dash white, and then on hover bg white / 75, and then text neutral dash 900, and then rounded dash md, and then transition dash colors. And then when you save that, then our month filter component should show up right there. Okay, I messed up the padding here. I messed up the padding. Where's the padding? Can't see it. Oh, I did not. I can't see it because it's not in. So padding all around of 4. There we go. Much better. So you can go, you can scroll backwards, you can see it right there. And then when you say jump to current month, it jumps you back into July of 2025, or depending on when you're going to be seeing this video. And if I go into 2024, you can see I'm in 2024, jump to current month, jumps me back into 2025. And then I can also go forward. Oops, going forward doesn't work. So go to next month has a problem. So go to next month function has a problem. So go to next month. Let's see. So const new date is equal to new date, and then pass in the selected month, and then new date dot set month into new date dot get. Oh, this is a function. That's a function. +1, and then on month change new date. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. So I can go into August, September. I can go into 2026, and then I can jump back into the current month. Fantastic. So our next component to deal with is the stats card. So for the stats card, we are going to do the following. Jump into the stats card.jsx. We're going to begin by importing a few things. Let's close all of this down. I mean, we're not using them now. So we can close all of those. So we can import the $. It's not giving. Okay, there we go. So $, and then trending up, and then the receipt. These are icons. So receipt from Lucid React. We can import use user from @Clerk React. We can import use query from Convex React. We can import the API from this comes from // convex / generated / API, and then you can import format currency from /utils / currencies, and this is a file that we don't have. So before we continue, I want to go ahead and get this file. Now this file, I'm just going to go ahead and copy it. So if I go into the utils right here, I have currencies.js, and you can see that it is quite a huge file, and I just generated this using AI because there's no way I was going to type all of this out. So it contains the names of the countries, as well as the currencies, as well as their flags, as well as their symbols. And it also contains some other functions, as you can see. So get currency by the code, and then the format currency function, which we actually want, and then the exchange rates, and this is all just generated by AI, and then you can convert the currency. So just simply go ahead and copy that file, and once again, this is going to be linked in the description, so no worries, you'll have access to it. Simply check the description, get the GitHub repository, and then find your way to this file, copy it, and then inside the currencies.js. So actually we need to go ahead and create a utils folder. So inside the source folder, you can create a new file called / or called utils / currencies.js, and that is going to create the folder and then the file, and then simply paste that in, save that, and then now we can continue working on the stats card. So navigate back to this. Now the stats card takes in a couple of props. So it takes in the total expenses, it takes in the monthly expenses, and it takes in the expense count as well. And then inside here, we want to go ahead and get the user. So const user is equal to use user, and then the const user data is equal to use query, and we want to get api.users.get, which is a function that we don't yet have, but this is going to be taking in the user !.id, where I want to check if the user ID, or that if the user ID is true, then we want to pass in the user ID as the user.id. Otherwise, we want to skip the query, and then this should say ? Go, and then const user currency is equal to we want to check the user data. If it is true, we want to get the dot currency of the user. Otherwise, we want to default it to USD, once again simply because the US dollar is a widely known currency. And then we're going to create some stats here. So const stats is equal to an array of objects. This is going to have a name called total expenses, and then the value we're going to be calling format currency. So format currency, and then passing the total expenses, and then also passing the user currency, like so. The icon that it is going to show is the $, and then the color is going to say text dash primary dash 500. And then let's go ahead and copy this down 2 more times. So copy 1 and 2. This is now going to say this month. This is going to say format currency, and then monthly expenses, passing the user currency. This is going to be the trending up icon, and then the text is going to say white, and then next is going to say total records, and then format currency, and not format currency really, but the value now is not going to be formatted, but instead it is going to be the expense count dot to string. So the icon that is showing is going to be the receipt icon, and then the text is going to be text purple 500, and then I can begin to build out this return, which is quite small. This is going to have a class name here of grid and grid dash columns dash 1 on medium screens, grid dash columns dash 2, and give it a gap of 6 to space them out, not GPA but gap. And then inside here we're going to say stats map, and then for every stat that we get back, then we're going to return a div here with a key of stat.name, because there is no stat that has a similar name. And then this is going to have a class name of bg-transparent, and then rounded-xl, and then border, and padding all around the 6. I missed padding the last time. And then border, then border-neutral dash 800, and then on hover, border-neutral dash 600, then transition dash colors. And then inside here we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then items-center, and then justify-between. And then inside here, this div, we're going to create another div, and this div is going to have a paragraph with a class name of text neutral dash 300, and then text dash sm, and then font dash medium. And then this is going to say the start dot name. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have another paragraph with a class name of text dash 2xl, font dash bold, then text dash white, then margin top of 1. And then this is going to say the start dot value. And then we're going to go below this div, and then we're going to render out the start dot icon, because it is an icon, so we can access it like so, as though it is an element. And then give it a class name here, class name, which is going to be dynamic. We're going to say give it a size of 8, and then we also want to append the start dot color to it, so that we can append this color. Fantastic. So if I save that, we should now be able to see this stats card, but once again we're getting an error somewhere. What is the issue? It says, oh, we don't have the functions. Let's go ahead and create these functions. So inside Convex, inside the users.js, let's go ahead and create all the functions that we're going to need for the users. So we already have the function here to store the user. So the next function that we're going to create is the update currency. So export const update currency. This is going to be equal to a mutation. We're going to go ahead and pass in the arguments here, and we're going to pass in the user ID, which is v.string. We're going to pass in the currency, which is v.string as well. Let me check my recording. And then we're going to have a handler here, which is an asynchronous function, passing the context as well as the arguments, where we're going to say const user is equal to await context.db.query, and we are querying the users table, and we're querying it with index of by user ID. We're passing a callback function here. We're going to say query.equals user user ID, then pass in the arguments dot user ID. This is something that we've done before, so we want to get the first one that matches. Now this is the same as getting the existing user on top, but you can see that this one I call it existing user, and now this one I'm calling it user. So you can choose to call it user or existing user as long as your functionality works and it doesn't confuse you in the long run, and as long as it is what you've been using for your code, so that you don't get mixed up. Now if there's a user, then we want to say return await context.db.patch, and we're going to patch the user._id, and then we are going to attach the currency, and then we're going to pass in the arguments.currency because that is the value that we are changing. And then the other function that we're going to need is the get function. So export const get is equal to query. We're going to pass in the arguments here, and we're going to say that the user ID is going to be v.string, and then the handler here is going to be an asynchronous function, once again taking the context and the arguments here, and we're going to say return await context.db.query, and we're querying the users table with index of by user ID, and then we're going to pass in the callback function here. We're going to say q.equals the user ID, pass in the arguments dot user ID like so, and then dot first. Fantastic. Now we can save that, and then our application should reload. Loading, and there we go, but we still have an error. What is the issue? I mean, we already have that function, right? We have an error here. Could not find public function for users get. Export const get. This is a function right here. What are we calling it here? api.users.get. That is the correct one. I mean, right there, it's even referencing the correct function. So let's reload that. What is the problem? Okay, so it just needed some head right there. Okay, so not a number. This should be correct because we don't have any expenses yet. But if it is not a number, probably you want to show some kind of other state, which is not this. And this should be showing 3 grid columns, I think. So that is something else that I messed up. And it should be here, 3 grid columns. There we go. So 1, 2, and 3. Now next, we are going to be working on the expense list component. And using the power of editing, I'm going to skip ahead about 24 hours because it is heading to 2 a.m. in the morning and I need to be at work by 8 a.m. So let's just skip to the next part. So in the previous video, we built out our stats card. So in this video, let's go ahead and begin to build out our expense list. So I'm going to jump back into our code editor, and then I'm going to close all of this down and then navigate into the expense list component. And I think it'd be easier if I just place this to the right and that to the left. And our expense list is going to have some data for the categories. So I'm going to create that right away. So const category colors. This is going to be equal to an object, and the first one is going to be showing food and dining, and the color for this is going to be bg red-500, and then transportation, this is going to have a color of bg white. And you might be asking why this is in double quotes and this is not in any quotes. It's because this is more than one word. But even if I were to put this in double quotes and then save it, it will still format into a single quote. And then next we have shopping, and this is going to have a color of bg-purple-500. And then next we have entertainment, which is going to have a bg of pink-500. Next we have bills and utilities, and probably it would be easy if I just copied this instead of typing it out, but it's okay. Next we have healthcare. This is bg green-500. Next is travel, which is bg indigo-500. Next we have education, which is BG orange dash 500. Next is business, which is BG teal dash 500. And then next we have other, which is BG gray dash 500. Now these categories are going to be similar to the categories that we're going to create in Convex. So I don't know whether we created that actually. So let me just confirm. Oh, we don't even have the categories function. So we have not yet created them. But once you create them, then they are going to have a similar structure to this. Now inside our expense list, we're going to begin building it out as follows. First of all, we know that it takes in some props, which is the expense. And then it also takes in on edit prop. And to confirm that, because it's been 2 days since I recorded and I've forgotten, where is our expense list? Expense list should be inside the dashboard. What am I doing? Should be inside the source folder and then components and then dashboard. So expenses right here. So it takes in the expenses prop as well as the on edit props, which calls this function and then this value as well. So we are correct right up to there. This should be expenses plural. Oops. Expenses. My mouse is double clicking. So next we're going to destructure the user from use user from Clerk, like so, and then control spacebar and then enter to auto import it. And then next we're going to get the user data. So const user data is equal to use query. And the reason why this is important is so that we only show data about the currently logged in user, so that if another user logs in, then they're not going to be able to see your expenses. So this is going to be equal to use query, where we're going to pass in, and this needs to be imported. So control spacebar and then enter. As you can see, it is auto importing it. We can remove this import of React, and then we need to import API, and it gives me this drop down. If you don't see this drop down, simply say control spacebar and then it is going to give you that drop down. So API dot users dot get, I think we have that function, and this function is going to be asking for the user ID. So you want to check if the user question.id exists, and if it is true, then we want to pass in the user ID as the user.id, and otherwise we want to skip the query because it means that the user has not yet been loaded. And then next we want to get the user currency. So const user currency is equal to user data. So user data, we want to check if it has the currency, and otherwise we want to default it to USD because it is one of the most popular currencies. And then we want to create the delete expense function. Delete expense, this should be a semicolon. So delete expense is equal to a mutation which is coming from Convex React. I have auto imported it. This is going to take in api.expenses.remove, which we created in the last video. And then we are going to get our delete model and set delete model state values. This is going to be equal to useState, enter to auto import it. And then we're going to pass in some state here, which is an object, where we're going to pass in show, which is equal to false, and then the expense being equal to null. And this is important because when we show the model, we want to trigger whether the model is visible, but then we also want to populate the model with the expense that we want to delete so that the user knows what they are going to be deleting. So right here, we're going to have some functions. So we're going to have const handle delete. This is going to be equal to an asynchronous function, which we're going to leave as empty for now. And then we're also going to have another function called const open delete model. This is going to be taking in the expense like so. It is going to be empty for now. And then we're going to have const close delete model. Once again, this is not going to be taking an expense rather, and it's going to be empty like so. And then we can begin to build out our return. So as we build out our return, when we encounter these functions, then we're going to be building them. But this div is going to be a div with a class name of pg neutral dash 950 rounded dash xl border dash neutral dash 800 and then overflow dash hidden. And then instead of just saying expense list, we're going to have another div inside that with a class name of divide dash y, which is going to add a horizontal line on the bottom of the div, or on the top and bottom of the div. And then the color of the divide is going to be the divide dash neutral dash 800. So basically it's just like a top and bottom line. And then inside this div, now we can map over our expenses. So expenses dot map, and then for every expense that we're going to get back, Then we're going to be returning a div with the key of expense._id, and then close this out. And then this div is going to have a class name here of padding all round of 6. And then it's going on hover, we're going to say bg neutral -900, and then transition -colors. And then inside this div, we're going to return another div with the class name of flex, and then item-center, and then justify-between. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, and then item-center, and then space on the x of 4. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have some dynamic class names. So class name here, we're going to open up our curly brackets, and then we're going to say size-3, so width and height of 3, and then rounded-full, and then $sign curly brackets. We want to check for the category colors, and then pass in the expense.category so that we can show the correct color of the category. And then otherwise, or we want to go ahead, and this should be inside here. So or we want to go ahead and show bg gray -500 in case there is no category color. Let's close out that div. And actually not, this should be self-closing, so we can leave it at that, but just to make it more readable, let's close it like so that it is self-closing. And then below this, we're going to have another div. This div is going to have an h3 with the class name of text-white and font-medium, and the text is going to say the expense.description. And then below the h3, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex and items.center, and then space on the x of 3, and then margin top of 1. And then inside here, we're going to have a span. This span is going to have a class name of text neutral -300 and text-sm, and then the span is going to say the expense.category. And then below this span, we're going to have another span with the class name of text neutral -400, and then text-sm, and this is going to say ampersand mid dot, so that it shows like a full stop but in the middle of the span. And then below this span, we're going to have another span with the class name of text neutral -300, and then text-sm. And you know what, I think we already have text small on the entire body, so we can move the text small there on top as well. And then this should now say, it should be saying the format function from date fns, so enter to auto import it. We're going to pass in new date, and then we pass in the expense.date, and then we want to format it in the form of M, capital M, day, and then comma, and then y for the full year. Just confirm that the imports are correct. Okay. And then we can save that to see what we have on the screen. What line is this? So const, I misspelled const. Okay. Save that again. And there we go. So we should be having some expenses here, but the reason why you don't see anything is because we don't have any expenses yet, and we don't have the function or rather the form to add an expense. But we can continue to build this out. So what we're going to do is below this span, we're going to go below 3 divs, and then we're going to create another div with the class name of flex, and then items-center, then space on the x of 4. And then inside this, we're going to have a span with that class name of text-xl, font-bold, and text-white. And then this is going to be calling, this should be white. This is going to be calling the format currency from /currencies. If you remember, we created that in the utils folder. And the format currency is going to be taking in the expense.amount, and then we're going to pass in the user currency as well. And then below this span, we're going to have a div with the class name of flex, and then items-center, then space on the x of 2. This div is going to have a button, and the on click for this button is going to be calling the on edit function, and we're going to be editing, and remember that the on edit takes in the expense. And then the text for this button is going to be calling the edit icon, so enter to auto import it. This edit icon is going to have a class name of size-4.5. Now the button is going to have a class name here of text neutral -400, And then on hover, we're going to say text-white /75 so that it has some opacity, and then transition-colors. That is the edit. And then we're going to copy this button down. So copy, paste it down. This is now going to be calling the open delete model. Open delete model. There we go. And the open delete also takes in the expense as an argument. The class names are going to be text neutral -400, but on hover we're going to say text red -500, and then transition colors. And then now this is going to be showing the trash 2 icon from Lucid React. Fantastic. Now we need to go ahead and create the delete model. Now the delete model is going to be showing below this div. So we can render a delete model, which we don't yet have, but the delete model is going to be taking the an is open prop, which is going to be calling delete model.show. If you remember that this is our state, which is an object, we can call the show on it. And then on close, we're going to be calling close delete model. And then on confirm, we're going to be calling the handle delete. So that is if the user deletes the expense. The title is going to say delete expense, and then the message is going to be, are you sure you want to delete the expense? And then pass in $ curly bracket, and then we want to show the delete model dot expense so that it shows the correct expense, but then we want to check if it exists. So question mark dot description so that it shows the expense description. And then this should end with a question mark, and then it says this action cannot be undone. And that should be okay for our delete model. But before you save everything, simply go into components, create a new file called delete model.jsx. Let's say rfc inside here, and then save it, so that now if we save our, we need to come back here, control spacebar to auto import it. Is it auto importing? Nope. So let's import it ourselves. So import, this should be default import. So import delete model from /delete model, like so. Save that, and then now we have the delete model showing, and that is it looks okay because nothing is breaking. But then now before our return, I want to also go ahead and check if the expenses.length is triple equals to 0, and if that is true, then we want to render out some state here. So this should say expenses, actually not expense. So we're going to return a div here with the class name of bg neutral -900 with the rounded -xl, and then padding all around of 8, and then border neutral -700, and then text-center. And then once we do that, then we're going to render out the $ icon. So $ imported from Lucid React. It is going to have a class name of size-12, text neutral -400, mx auto, and then margin bottom of 4. And then below this, we're going to have an h3 with a class name of text-large, font-medium, text white, and then margin bottom of 2. And then this is going to say no expenses yet. And then below the h3, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text-neutral -300, and the paragraph text is going to say start tracking your expenses by adding your first entry. Like so. Fantastic. Now if we save that, then we should see the empty state, as you can see right there. That is looking much better. Now let's go ahead and build our functions, because as you can see we have them right here, but we have not yet built them. So let's begin with the handle delete. So inside here we're going to say if there is no delete model.expense, then you simply want to break out of it and return. Otherwise we want to have our try catch block, and in the catch we're going to say console.error, where we're going to say error deleting expense, and then pass in the error so that we know where the problem is. And then in the try block, we're going to say await delete expense, which is the function from Convex. So await delete expense. Inside here, we're going to pass in the ID as an object, So this is going to be delete model dot expense dot underscore id from Convex, because that is how it is saved in Convex. And then we're going to say set delete model, which is the state value that controls our model, whether it is showing or not. And then inside here, because it is an object, we want to return the show back into false, and then we set the expense back to null, like so. And then for the open delete model right here, it takes in the expense, but we're simply going to say set delete model into the object of show being true, because now we want it to show, and then pass in the expense, like so. And then for the close delete model, we're going to say set delete model, simply resetting it. So show is going to go back into false, and then the expense is going to go back into null, like so. So that is basically it for the expense list, and we can save it, and nothing is going to change on the screen. But then now we can go ahead into the delete model, and then we can build that component. So delete model, open this up, and delete model is going to be fairly simple. So we're going to go ahead and import the X icon from Lucid React, and then import the alert triangle from Lucid React as well. And then we're going to be structure is open, and then on close, and then on confirm, and then title, and then message, because these are the props that we passed in. And then for the delete model right here, we're going to give it a class name. This class name is going to be fixed, because we want it to be fixed relative to the body, so that it is also it is always going to appear centered. The insert is going to be 0, and then bg black /75, and then flex, and then items as center, justify dash center, padding all around of 4, and then z index of 50, so that it always appears over everything. And then before I forget, let's check if not is open. So if is open is not true, or that if there is no is open, then you want to return null, so that it doesn't show the delete model at all. But then now inside this div, we're going to have another div, the class name of bg neutral -800, and then rounded -xl, and then padding all around of 6, and then width of full. And then it's going to have a class of max width -md, and then border -neutral -700. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and items -center, and then justify -between, and then margin bottom of 6. And then inside this div, another div with a class of flex, and then items -center. And then inside here, we're going to render our alert triangle with a class name of size -6, and then text red -500, and then give it a margin on the right of 3. And then below this, we're going to have an h2 with the class name of text-xl, font-bold, and then text-white, and the text is going to be showing the title, which is coming from the props right there. And then below the h2, we're going to go below the h2, and then below the div, we're going to have a button here. This button is going to be calling an on click here. The on click is going to be on close, that can close the model. And then it's going to have a class name of text neutral -300. And then on hover, we're going to say text-white, and then transition -colors. And then this button is going to be rendering the X icon with the class name here of size -6. Close it out. Now below this button, and then below this div, we're going to be showing a paragraph here with the class name of text neutral -300, and then margin bottom of 8, and it is going to be rendering the message from our props. And then below this, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then gap -4. And then inside here, we're going to have two buttons. So the first button is going to have an on click, which is going to be calling the on close function once again. And then the class name for this is going to be flex-1 bg neutral -600. And then on hover, we're going to say bg neutral -500, neutral -500, and then text-white, padding on the y of 2, rounded -large, and then transition -colors. Close this out, and the button is going to be saying cancel, and then you can simply copy this down. And this, the on click for this one is going to be calling the on confirm, and then the class name is going to be flex1, and then bg red -500, and then on hover bg red -600, and then text white, padding of 2, rounded large, and then transition colors. That's okay, but then the text is now going to say delete. Now you can save that. We can't really test this out until we have some expenses. So let's go ahead and build the expense form next so that we can add in expenses. So we can close these two down. Let's open expense form like so. So expense form is going to be as follows. First of all, we're going to import use state and not use effect. I'm so used to importing both of them. This is coming from React. We're going to import use user from, where is it? It's not giving the drop down. It's coming from @Clerk/Clerk React. We're going to import use mutation from Convex React, and then use query as well from Convex React. And then we're going to import the API from Convex, so control spacebar, and I can't remember how many levels, so // and then should be / again, convex /generated/API. And then next we need to import our icons, so import the X icon, X, and then import the $, import the calendar, import the tag, import the file text from Lucid React. And the expense form here is going to be taking in the expense prop, and then the onClose function. And then inside here you can begin to say const user, so destructure the user from use user, and then const categories is equal to use query, and we want to pass in API.categories, which we don't yet have, .list, so list all the categories, and this is going to be taking the user .id. So if this is true, then the user ID is going to be user.id, otherwise we're going to skip the query. So skip, and then we're going to create our form data. So once again I misspelled this. So next const form data and set form data is equal to useState, and it's going to be an object as follows. So the amount is going to be expense .amount, so check if it exists first of all, otherwise we're going to return an empty string. Next is the description, which is going to be coming from expense .description, otherwise it's going to be an empty string. Next is the category, so expense .category, otherwise it is an empty string. Next is the date, which is going to be expense .date, and we want to check if this is true, and if it is true then we want to format it in a nice way. So we're going to say new date, and then pass in the expense.date, and then we're going to call to iso string like so, and then .split, and want to split where it has a t, and then we want to return the first one, or rather the first section, that it doesn't return the rest of the date. Otherwise we're going to say new date to iso string split, and then split it as t like so, and then get the first part only. And then let's see, that is the form data that is ending there. Next is const is submitting and set is submitting. This is going to be equal to useState. By default it is going to be false. And then we have our functions from Convex. So const create expense is equal to use mutation, where we're going to be calling API.expenses.create. Just make sure that you spell them correctly. And then const update expense is equal to use mutation API.expenses.update. And then once you have that, then you want to go ahead and set the default categories when the categories loads. So inside here, we're going to say use state, and then we're going to call it as follows. We're going to say if categories, if categories is true, and then categories dot length is greater than 0, and there is no form data, form data dot category. So if that one does not exist, and if there is no expense, so if that is true, then we want to set form data, and we want to check for the previous values of the form data. We're going to spread out, that should not be correct. We're going to open this up like so. We're going to spread out the previous values of the form data, and then we're going to set the category into categories, get the first category dot name that it populates that, and then this is going to be dependent on the categories like so. And then inside here we're going to have our submit function, so const handle submit, and I think I just want to go ahead and create it right away. So async function, which takes in the event of e, we're going to say e.prevent default, and then we're going to say if there is no user, then simply return and don't execute it. And then we're going to say set is submitting into true, so that it shows our loading state. Let me do it like so. I think that should be okay. And then inside here, we're going to have our try catch block. As always, we have the console dot error, which is going to say error saving expense, comma, and then pass in the error. And then for our finally block, you want to say set is submitting back to false, so that we don't have an infinite state. Now instead we're going to say const expense data is equal to, we want to get the amount, which is going to be parse float, and then pass in the form data dot amount, and then the description is going to be form data dot description, and then the category is form data dot category, and then the date, we're going to say new date, and then pass in form data dot date dot get time. So, and then below this, we're going to say if an expense exists. So if there's an expense, then we want to update the expense in Convex. So await update expense, like so. And update expense is going to be taking in an object here of the ID, which is the expense dot underscore ID, and then spreading the rest of the expense data, because we're only updating the expense in our Convex. And then else, so for our else, we're going to say await create expense. So since we're not updating it, then we will need to create it, and this is going to be taking the user ID, which is user.id, and then spreading the rest of the expense data like so. This should be a comma. Okay, and then outside of this, we are going to call our onClose function, so that it closes the expense form, or that it closes the module that is going to appear, which is basically the expense form. I mean, I'm contradicting myself. Now we can continue to build out our return here. So the div is going to have a class name of fixed, and then insert -0 bg-black /75 and flex items-center, then justify-center, padding all around of 4, then as the index of 50. And then inside we're going to have another div with a class name of bg neutral-950, rounded-xl, padding all around of 6, width-full, max width-md, border, and then border neutral-800. And if you are keen, then you'll notice that these are the same classes for the delete model. And then inside here we have another div with a class name of flex, and then items-center, justify-between, and then margin bottom of 6, and then an h2 with the class name of text-xl, font-bold, and then text-white. And then inside you want to check if expense is true. Expense is true. If it is true, then you want to say edit expense. Otherwise, we're going to say add new expense. Below the h2, we're going to have a button. This button is going to have an on-click, which is going to be calling the onClose function. And then it's going to have a class name of text neutral-300. I hate this drop down sometimes. I really hate it sometimes. So text neutral 300, and then on hover we're going to say text-white, and then transition-colors, and then this button is going to be showing the X icon with the class name of size-6, then close it out, and then that is the button. Now you can save this. We should be able to see our expense form, but we have a problem in our console. What is the problem? It says categories. Oh, we have not created the categories right here. We have not created, where is it? Where is it? Expenses categories. We can't find it. We have not created this. So we probably need to create this before we can continue building this out. Otherwise, we'll have to build out the entirety of our UI before we can see anything. So let's go ahead and just build it out. So inside Convex, create a new file called categories. categories.js. And then just like we did for the users, as well as for the other functions for the users and the expenses, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and add every function that we're going to need for our categories so that we don't jump between files so much. So we're going to be importing this. So import v, not giving me the drop down, from convex values, so convex / values, and then import mutation, as well as query from convex or rather from /generated / server. And then we're going to say export const list. This is going to be equal to a query where we're going to pass in the arguments here, and the arguments is going to be the user ID, which is a type of v.string. And then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function calling the context, and then the arguments where we're going to say return await context.db.query, and we are querying the categories database with the index of by user ID. And then we're going to pass in a callback function here called q, where we're going to say q.equals the check for the user ID, and then check if it matches the arguments.user ID that we have, and then order it in ascending form, or ascending order rather, and then collect all of them so that it shows them as a list. So that is our list. So if we save this, we should be able to view our application right away, because now we have that list. So add expense, you can see that we still have a problem. So it says categories, did you forget to run? Am I running this convex? I mean, it is ready, right? But anyway, you can get the gist. Now let's continue building out the rest of the functions. So export const create. So create a category is going to be equal to a mutation. And this mutation is going to be taking in the arguments as follows. User ID is going to be v.string, and then the name is going to be v.string, and then the color is going to be v.string, and then the handler function is going to be an asynchronous function calling the context and the arguments, where we're going to say const now. We want to destructure the date, or they want to get the date in an easier way. So const now is equal to new date. So every time that we want to use new date, we can simply use now. And then we're going to say return await context.db.insert, because we're creating a new category in the categories database, and we want to insert every argument that already exists. And then the created at is going to be now. Now you don't have to do this, you can simply say created at is going to be new date, and it's going to return the same thing. And then next we're going to have export const remove. This is going to be equal to a mutation, and the mutation here is going to be taking in the arguments here, and it's going to take the ID as v.id, or coming from categories, categories. And then the handler here is going to be an asynchronous function calling the context and then the arguments, where we're going to say return await context.db.delete, and you want to delete the arguments.id so that it deletes the category. And then finally we're going to have export const get default categories. This is going to be equal to a query, and this query is going to be as follows. It's not going to have any arguments, but it's going to have a handler function, which is an asynchronous function, but it doesn't take in any arguments. And then we're going to return an array of objects. Now I don't want to type all of this out, because it's almost similar to what we have in our categories somewhere when we were beginning the video, where we had the transportation, food and dining, and and so on and so forth. So I don't want to type this out because it's a bit annoying. So I'm simply going to go into my GitHub repository and then get them from there. But don't worry, you're going to have access to this GitHub repository, which is going to be linked in the description. So right here, I'm going to copy this entire return and then just paste it inside here. So again, returning a food and shopping and rent and entertainment, electricity, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So, and I think this is a bit different from what we created in the beginning of the video, but that's okay. Now that we have that, then we should be able to first of all check if everything is deployed correctly, and it is. Is Convex even working? Let me shut this down, and then let's say pnpx convex dev. So you can see that it is working, and let's try to reload that. Add expense. So it's still giving me an issue here that says could not find categories list. Am I doing something wrong? Did I do this wrong? api.categories categories.list, and it takes in the user ID. I think I'm probably, let me disable this. I noticed something here. Sometimes you just need to disable it and then re-enable it, and then it works. I don't know why, but sometimes it does that, but it's still giving me that error. So let's see, let me write this out again. Probably messed up something. So const categories is equal to use query api.categories dot, and it's not giving me the drop down. It's not giving me the drop down for categories. So that means something. Probably Convex has not synchronized categories. Everything seems okay inside here. Let me check my backend. Let's go into dashboard.convex.dev. Let's check this backend. Let's check our functions. So our functions, so it's still not getting the categories, because we have the users here and then the expenses. So it's not getting the categories, but we have the categories database. So something is wrong. Something is wrong. Let me undo all this first of all, because it means the problem wasn't here. So the problem must be in Convex. What was it telling me here? It was telling me something. npx convex dev. So this should synchronize it, or npx convex deploy. So let's say pnpx convex deploy. And first of all, am I even in the right thing? Oh, oh, I just noticed what the problem is. I just noticed what the problem is, and you probably already did. So I'm in a different project. So cd out of this and then cd into expenser, and then pnpx convex dev. Okay. So this should now deploy that function for the categories. Okay, now if we check our backend, it should appear in our functions. There we go, categories. So that now if we reload this, if we try this out, now you can add new expense, and then you can continue building this out. So add new expense, we were somewhere in our expense form right here. Can go to the bottom right there. So we're going to go below this button and then below this div, and then we're going to create our form here. This form is going to have an on submit handler, which is going to be calling the handle submit function, which we already have, and it's going to have a class name equals to space on the y of 6, and then inside this form we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a label with the class name of block, and then text neutral -200, text dash small, I mean everything is already text small, then font dash medium, and then margin bottom of 2, and then oops, the HTML4, this is not going to have an HTML4, but inside the label we're going to be showing the $sign icon with the class name here of inline, and then size -4, then margin right -1, and then below this we're going to say amount. So below the icon but still within the label, the text is going to say amount. If I save that, it should say amount like so. And then below the label we're going to have an input, and this input is going to be a type of number, and then we want to step by 0.01. step 0.01, so meaning that the number is only going to be increased by 0.01, and then the minimum value is going to be 0, and then the value for this is going to be form data.amount, and then on change we're going to be calling event of e, where we're going to say set form data, and then we want to go ahead and pass in every single parameter that is already in the form data, but we want to change the amount and set it into e.target.value so that it gets the value that we type in. Now this input is going to have some class names here, so it's going to have a class name of width-full, bg neutral-900, and then border neutral-800, and then rounded-large, padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 2, text white, and then on focus we want outline-focus, outline-none, and then on focus we want to go ahead and say ring-2, so it's going to have an outline ring, and then on focus the ring color is going to be ring-white, then on focus we're going to say ring or rather border-transparent, and then this is going to have some placeholder. The placeholder is going to be 0.00, and then we're going to set it to required so that you can submit the form without filling this in. So save that, it's going to format it a bit better, and you can see that this is our input, and that right there, the white, is our outline. So we're going to go below this div, we're going to create another div, and this div is going to have the same styles as this label. So let me just copy, and now let's copy this entire thing, the label as well as the input, paste it here. But now this is going to be showing the file text icon. The text is going to say description, and then the input type is going to be a type of text, so we don't need the step or the min. So this is an input type of text. The value is going to be form data.description, and then on change we want to call set form data, passing the rest of the form data, but we want to change the description into e.target.value like so. And then the class names are going to remain the same. The placeholder is going to say what did you spend on ? And then it is also going to be required. Now you can see the thing that we're going to do next is simply copy this div and then paste it down, and then next this is going to call the tag icon. The text here is going to say category, and then this is going to be an it's no longer going to be an input, so you can remove the input. Instead it's going to be a select. The value for this select is going to be equal to the form data.category, and then on change we're going to go ahead and call the syntactic event of e, where we're going to say set form data, passing the rest of the form data, but we want to change the category and set it equal to e.target.value, and then inside the select, or the select is going to also have some class names, so you can simply copy these class names, copy and paste them here. They should be the same class names. And then inside the select we want to map over our categories, so we're going to say categories. First of all, check if it is true, so dot, and then if it is true, then we want to map over them, and then for every category object that we get back, category, we want to go ahead and return an option. This option is going to have a key of category, or the category._id, and then the value is going to be the category.name, and then inside here we're going to render out the category.name like so. And then when we save that, we should have our inputs right there and our select drop down right there, but it is not getting the categories. It is not getting the categories. Well, that's a problem. Now next we're going to go ahead and let's copy this div on top of the select, so this entire div, and then paste it below the div with the select. Next, this is going to be rendering the calendar icon. This is going to say date, and then it is an input type of date. The form data is going to say form data.date. On change, we're going to say this should now say date, and then the class names are going to remain the same, except this is not going to have a placeholder. And then finally below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then gap-4, and then padding top-4. Inside this div, we're going to have a button, or the two buttons. So this is a type of button, and then on click, we're going to be calling the on close function, and then the class name for this is going to be flex-1, then bg neutral-800, and then on hover bg neutral-700, and then text-white, padding on the way of 2, rounded-large, and then transition-colors, and then the text is going to say cancel. And then let's go ahead and copy this div, or rather this button, down. This is also going to be a type of submit, so that it triggers the handle submit event on the form. When you click on this, it's not going to have an on click because it is already triggering the handle submit on the form. But the disable state for this is going to be dependent on the is submitting state value. And then the colors here are going to be bg white, and then on hover I'm going to say bg white /75, and then text neutral, so that we can read it. So text neutral -900, and then font bold, and then padding of 2, rounded large, and then transition colors. And then for the disable state, so for the disable state on the button, disabled, then we want to change its opacity and set it to 50. And then the text is going to be as follows. We want to check if submitting is true. If it is true, then we want to say saving ... Otherwise, we want to check if expense is true, and if expense is true, then the text should say update. Otherwise, we want to say add expense. So save that, and that is our expense form. Look at that. Fantastic. But now I have a problem because the categories right here are not showing. So I might have messed up my query. So categories, and I think I messed up because this doesn't have a closing thingy, right? That should have it. And let's see, load, add expense. So still not showing the categories. So let me rewrite this. Let's rewrite this. So const categories is equal to use query. We want to pass in api.categories.list, and then we want to check if the user .id is true, and if it is true, then the user ID is going to be user.id. Otherwise, we want to call the skip on it. Save that, reload, add expense. Okay, let's console log categories. Let's see what we have. So an array of 0. What are we getting in our categories from Convex? So Convex categories. Did I have the list correct? So user ID, the handler is an asynchronous function. Did I even write this correctly? So return await context.db.query categories with index by user ID, query user ID, arguments to user ID, order in ascending, and then collect. I think this is correct, but I don't understand why it is not populating this. Okay, so I can't seem to find the reason why this is not showing up. I can't seem to find it. Let's remove that console log, and then let's see. I think what I'm going to do is just continue building up the application. Oh, our functions are not working. Our functions are not working. On close, I thought we're calling on close somewhere on the button. Close, on close. Where is our expense form being rendered? Should be on the dashboard, and then expense form. So get the expense and then on close, handle form close. Is that? Oh my god, it is empty. Ooh, Well, let's go ahead and fix that because that is that's not good, right? So handle form close is fairly simple. We have set show form state value here. So set show form is somewhere. If I just say Control D, it's right there. So it's something that we created. So set show form, I can't even find where I am. So set show form, set this back into false, and then set editing expense back to null. That is the handle form close. And then handle edit expense is going to be taking in the expense as a parameter, as an argument, where we're going to say set editing expense into the expense that we passed in as an argument, and then set show form into true. Save that, and then now this should be working. Okay. So amount, let me just say 500 for example. What did you spend on, let's say, food? The category now doesn't show up, but if I say add expense, so it adds the category of food, but it doesn't show it adds the expense of food, as you can see, but it doesn't show the category. And then it also doesn't update this. So this is a problem now. So we need to fix it. So stats card component is where it should be living. And this is probably because of this. So format currency, total expenses, and then user currency, getting a lot of issues which they did not get when building this out. So format currency is coming from utils currencies. Utils currencies so format currency should be somewhere. Format currency. Oh, you know what? I think probably it's because we haven't yet built the currency stuff. Because I remember when I was building this out, I built the stats cards first without even dealing with the currencies. It's only at the end of it that I got the idea to add the currency. So probably it's because of that it's messing up a bit. So if I were to remove the format currency here and just render the total expenses, let's see what happens. So total expenses doesn't even show up. What happens in Convex expenses? So we have that there, food, we have description, creation time. Well, this is annoying. That is very annoying. That is quite annoying. Cancel, and then you can delete it. Okay. So everything else seems to be working. I mean, you know what? Let's just continue building this out because I can't seem to find the issue. So we'll be able to do some debugging later. I don't want to just sit here and stare at the screen trying to figure everything out. So let's go ahead and build the category chart because we already have the expense list, we have the expense form. So now we just need the category chart. So let's go ahead into category chart, source folder, components, category chart. Let's build this out. So let's go ahead into category chart, source folder, components, category chart. Let's build this out. And for this one, we're going to begin by importing use user, which is coming from Clerk React. And then we're going to import use query from Convex React. We're going to import API from, why isn't it giving me the drop down? Can't find it. This is coming from // convex /generated /API. And then we have import format currency from /utils /format or the /currencies, like so. And then we're going to have some category colors just like we did in the expense form. But for these ones, I'm going to go ahead and copy them because it's going to be easier. So inside our source folder, we have some components here. We want the category chart, and we simply want to copy the category colors right here because it's going to be easier. Copy and paste them there. And then inside our category chart, we know that it is taking in a data prop. And then now we can go ahead and destructure user from, or that is equal to use user, and then const user data is equal to use query. We want to check api.users.get and then user?.id. If this is true, then we want to get the user ID or the person the user ID as user.id, and otherwise we want to skip the query. And then const user currency is equal to user data?.currency, or if currency is not there, then we want to default it to US dollar. And then below this, we're going to say const total. Const total is equal to data.reduce, and we want to reduce, we want to get the sum, the index, or not in the index but item. We're going to say the sum, the total is going to be sum plus item.total, and then pass comma 0, and then const calculate percentage is going to be taking the amount here. We're going to say return total is greater than 0. If this is true, then we want to pass in the amount divided by the total times 100. That's how you get the percentage. Transform this into two fixed and pass in one decimal place, and then otherwise we're simply going to return 0 like so. And then we're going to say if the data.length is triple equal to 0, meaning there is no data, then we're going to return a div with the class name of bg, div with the class name of bg neutral-800, then rounded-xl, padding all round of 6, border, and then border neutral-800. And then we're going to run another div with the class name of text center, and then another div with the class name of height-32, then flex, and then item-center, and justify-center. And then inside here, we're going to run a paragraph with the class name text neutral-400 that says no data available. And then if we save that, then we should see something like, what does it say? Expected ident. So it means this should not be here, this should be semicolon. Okay, so category chart is still showing, which means that there's some kind of data, hopefully. So therefore, in the category chart, we're going to return a div here with the class name bg neutral-950, and then rounded-xl, padding around of 6, border, and border neutral-800. And then inside this div, we're going to turn another div with the class name of space-y-4. And let me just check the dashboard component to show that we are rendering the correct thing for the category chart. Okay, the category chart is taking the data of the category totals, which is here. Expenses.get total by category, fantastic. And then inside here, we're going to say data.map. And then for every item that we get back, then we want to go ahead and get the percentage. So const percentage, and take note that this is a curly bracket and not just parentheses, is equal to calculate percentage, and then pass in the item.total. And then now we're going to return, to have our return rather, we're going to return a div with the key of item.category, and then the class name here is going to be space-y-2, and close out the div. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, and then justify-between. And what am I doing? Flex, and then items-center, then justify-between. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, then item-center, and then space on the x of 2, and then another div with the class name of size-3, and then rounded-full. This should be size. And this div is actually self-closing because it is showing the color of the category. So self-closing, so we're going to have a style object inside here. We're going to say the background color is going to be equal to the category colors, and then pass in as an array item.category, or we want to return a default color here of hashtag 6B7280. And then below this, we're going to have a span with a class name of text dash white, and then font dash medium. And then this is going to say item.category. And then we're going to go below this span, and then below this div, we're going to create another div with a class name of text dash right, and then another div inside that one with a class name of text dash white, and then font dash medium. This is going to be calling the format currency. We're going to pass in the item.total, and then pass in the user total, comma, pass in the user currency like so. Then close out that div, and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of text neutral dash 300, and then text dash extra small, where we're going to pass in the percentage, and then add in the percent sign like so. And then below this div, and then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of width dash full, bg neutral dash 700, then rounded dash full, and then height dash 2. And then another div inside this, the class name of height dash 2, rounded dash full, and then transition dash all, duration dash 300. And then this div is going to have a style object again with a width being equal to not curly bracket, but template literals, and then $ curly bracket, passing the percentage like so with a percent sign at the end of it. And then the background color is going to be category colors, pass in the item.category, and then otherwise, if it doesn't exist, then pass in hashtag 6B7280. Okay, and this is actually self-closing, so you can leave it as that. So if you save that, we should see that. Okay, seems like there's a margin here that is not applying correctly. So this, the parent is this div flex item center space on the x of 2. So that is not working. Let me say gap of 2 here, gap of 4, and that seems to add a margin properly. Space y of 2, space on the x of 2. This is div, and then this is the span, and then this is the div, the class name of text dash right, and then there's a div. This is the div that shows the percentage, how much the thingy has occupied. Can't form words. Let's have another one here called 700. Let's say transport, and then category is still not showing up, but add expense. You can see that now we have the transport here and then the food, but because we don't have the category selected, then it is still showing this as though it is 1. But ideally, what you'd have is that it would show, if it is rent, it shows a color for rent. If it is transport, it shows a color for transport. And just notice this border is wrong, right? That border is wrong. Where's the border? This is neutral. This is border. There we go. Okay, so that is our spending by category. And now finally we can go ahead into the reports page, because now we can navigate into the reports page, and we're going to be able to deal with this later. I don't want to deal with it now, but let me just fix something that we removed. So stats card, we need to pass in here format currencies. So format currency, passing the total expenses, and passing the user currency as well. Save that so that we keep receiving not a number, so that I remember that this is a bug that we have. So next is the reports page. Now for the reports page, I want to do a bit of copying and pasting, because we have been doing these imports over and over again, and it's becoming a bit annoying. So we're importing use user, use query, API, use state, and use memo. We are importing format from date and FNS. We're importing our icons. We are importing the month filter component, and then the format currency. And then this right here, I want to do up to here, because this is something that we've done in other components as well. So simply we're getting the user from use user, and then the user data, and then the user currency, and then we're setting selected month into new date using our state values. And then from there we can begin typing away. I think it's going to be easier like so. So first things first, we need to get our expenses. So const expenses is equal to use query, where we pass in api.expenses.list, and then this is checking for the user .id, and if that is true, then we pass in the user ID as user.id. Otherwise, we skip the query, and then we're going to go ahead and create const filtered expenses. So filtered expenses, this is going to be equal to use memo, and use memo is going to be taking in a dependency here of expenses as well as selected month, and then it says what here has unnecessary. Oh, that's because we haven't added them in yet. So if there are no expenses, then simply return an empty array so that we can show some kind of loading state. So if no expenses, then return an empty array. What's the problem here? Expenses is not defined. Why? This should be expenses, not expense. There we go. And then we're going to say return expenses dot filter, and then for every expense that we get back, then we're going to say const expense date, can't type, is equal to new date, and then pass in the expense dot date so that we get when that expense was added, which month, and then we're going to go ahead and return. I want to say expense date. Why can't I type this? Expense date dot get month. Check this, and then check if this is triple equal to the selected month dot get month, and then if that is true, double ampersand, then want to check expense date dot get full year, and check if this is triple equal to the selected month dot get full year, so that we can compare the dates that we have, not really the dates but the expenses that we have. And that is it for that. Next we have our monthly stats. So const monthly stats is equal to use memo, and then open this up, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say const total is equal to filtered expenses dot reduce, and then we're going to get the sum, then the expense, set this equal to sum plus expense dot amount, then pass in comma 0 like so, then const count is equal to filtered expenses dot length, so the length of the number of them, then const average is equal to count is greater than 0. If that is true, then we want to return the total divided by the count, otherwise we want to return 0. And then the breakdown, so const category breakdown is equal to, it is going to be an object by default, then I'm going to say filtered expenses dot for each, so loop over each of them for each expense that we get back, then I'm going to say category breakdown, and then pass this in as an array, pass in the expense dot category, and set this equal to the category breakdown, pass in expense dot category, and if that does not exist, then return 0, so or 0 plus the expense dot amount, like so. And that should be almost okay. And then we're going to say const top category, const top category is equal to object dot entries, then passing the category breakdown, because it is an object by default, so we need to use object dot entries so that we can transform it into an array. And then we're going to say dot sort, and then we're sorting an empty value here, comma, and then a, and then comma, and then open this up again, and then comma b. What is that? Comma b. And then right here we're going to say return b minus a, so that it sorts it, and then pass in 0 right at the end. And then we're going to go ahead and say return the total, return the count. Is this not total? Do I not have total? Okay, hadn't loaded in. And then we have the average, and then we have the top category, and this is going to be saying top category is true. Then we want to return the name as top category, get the first name, and then get the amount as top category, and then pass in 1 to get the second value, which is the amount. And then otherwise we're going to return null, and then we want to return category breakdown as well. And then the dependency array for the use memo is going to be the filtered expenses. Next, we're going to have a function to export our expenses to CSV. So export to CSV, this is going to be an arrow function like so. We're going to say if filtered expenses.length is equal to 0, then we're going to say alert. You can use something else such as a toast notification, but I used an alert. No expenses to export for the selected month. And then we're going to return out of this. And then we're going to go ahead and build out our export if there are expenses. So const headers is equal to comma separated, so date, and then description, and then the category, and then category, and then the amount, and then const CSV content is equal to, this is an array, so headers dot join, come on, this should be headers, just notice the error, so headers dot join, and we want to join them with the commas, and then pass in the rest of the filtered expenses, so filtered expenses dot map, and then for every expense that we get back, then we're going to return here as an array, pass in format, then pass in new date, pass in the expense dot date like so, in the form of year dash month dash date, and then comma, and then the text is going to say, open up your template titles and then your double quotes, and then $ curly bracket, we're going to say expense dot description, and then copy this down. This should have a comma at the end. This should now say expense dot category, and then finally the expense dot amount. And then outside of this we can dot join, and then we want to join them as a comma like so. And then outside of this again we want to dot join and join everything in a backslash new line. Okay, once we have that, we can continue creating our CSV content. So const blob is equal to new blob, and then pass in the CSV content that we've just created, so CSV content, and then comma, and then this is going to be an object. The type of this is going to be text / CSV semicolon character set, so character set is equal to UTF-8, and then semicolon, and then below this we're going to say const link is equal to document dot create element. So we're creating an anchor tag so that you can have the download attribute on it, because then we'll be able to download it. And then const URL is equal to URL dot create object URL, pass in the blob, and then we're going to say link dot set attribute. We are setting the href attribute on the link, and then we pass in the URL like so. Then once again link dot set attribute, we are setting in the attribute of download, and then we're passing in template titles expenses. So what is the name going to be of the CSV? So it's going to be expenses dash $ curly bracket, then format, want to select we want to get the selected month, comma, in the format of year dash month like so, and then it's going to have a .csv extension, and the link dot style dot visibility is going to be equal to hidden, so that we don't see that link, but we're going to have a button, and then document dot body dot append child, we're going to be appending the link, and then link dot, we're going to call the click, so link dot click, and then document dot body dot remove child and remove link. So once we download it, then remove it from the DOM. Now we can begin to create our UI. So we're going to return a div here with a class name of maxwidth-7xl, then mx-auto, and then padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to return another div with a class name of margin bottom of 8, and then an h1 with a class name of text-3xl, then font-bold, text-white, and then margin bottom of 2. And then the text is going to say reports. We can save that so that we see that we have reports right there. And then below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text-neutral-300. And then the text is going to say analyze your spending patterns and export your data. And then below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of margin bottom of 6, which is going to be showing the month filter component, which we already created, which is going to have a selected month prop, which is going to be equal to the selected month state value. And then on month change is going to be calling set selected month. And once we save that, we should have that functionality already there, as you can see. And then below this div, we're going to create a div with a class name of grade and grade columns-1. Then on medium screens, grade columns-4, and then give it a gap of 6, and then margin bottom of 8. And then we're going to create another div with a class name of bg-transparent, and then rounded-xl, and then border-neutral-800. And then we're going to create another div inside that one with the class name of flex, then items-center, justify-between. And then this div is going to have a div, and this div inside is going to have a paragraph with a class name of text-neutral-300, and then font-medium. The text is going to say total spent. Now before we save that, let's create another paragraph below this with a class name of text-2xl, font-bold, and then text-white, and then margin top of 1. This is going to be calling format currency and passing the monthly stats dot total, then passing the user currency like so. Now below this paragraph and below this div, we're going to have the $ icon with the class name here of size-8, and then text white like so. Then we can save that, and there we go. So padding is not working. The padding, did I add the padding somewhere? Be transparent, so I don't have a padding, so padding all round of 6. Now this is the first div, so I'm going to copy this div, copy it, paste it down. So this is going to be or rather it's going to have the same class names, but now the text for the paragraph is going to say transactions, and then this is now not going to show this, but it's going to show monthly stats.count, so to get the number of them. And then this is going to show the file text icon. So file text, save that, it appears there. Then copy this down one more time. This is now going to say the average. This is going to say format currency monthly stats dot average, then passing the user currency. This is going to be showing the trending up icon, and then paste this div one more time. This is now going to say top spend. This is going to say monthly stats. Now remove the format currency, so it's going to say monthly stats dot top category question mark dot name, so name of the top category. Otherwise we're going to return n/a, so not applicable. Then you can remove the user currency from there. And on actual note, this is formatted a bit differently, so let's just do it. So remove that paragraph first of all, so top spend, and then we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text-large, and then font-bold, then text-white, and then margin top of 1. This is going to say monthly stats dot top category question mark dot name, otherwise the name is going to be n/a, meaning it doesn't exist. And then below this paragraph, we're going to show monthly stats dot top category. If this is true, then we want to go ahead and render out a paragraph with a class name of text dash neutral dash 300. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to call format currency, and format currency passing the monthly stats dot top category dot amount, and then comma passing the user currency. And then the icon here is going to be the calendar icon, calendar, and this is now going to say something like, I used text orange dash 500. So how does that look? That looks ugly. Text white. Okay. Now we're going to go below these three divs, and then we're going to create another div with a class name of bg transparent, and then rounded dash xl, then border, and then border neutral dash 800, and then margin bottom of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, item center, justify, between, and then a div, and then an h3 inside this div. This h3 is going to have a class name of text dash large, font dash semi bold, then text white, and then margin bottom of 2. The text of the h3 is going to say export data, and then below this h3, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text neutral is 300. The text is going to say download, and download your expense data for, then pass in the curly brackets format, and then pass in the selected month, like so, passing month dash year. So download your expense data for a certain month and the year, like so. And then the text is going to say as a CSV file, not CVS, so CSV, comma separated values file. Let's save that. Where is that showing up? There we go. Once again, I've missed the padding, so padding all around of 6. And then this should be font semi bold. It's not showing up. Oh, I've misspelled it, semi bold. There we go. And then below this paragraph and below this div, we're going to have a button, and the on click for this button is going to be calling the export to CSV function. The disabled state for this button is going to be dependent on the filtered expenses dot length being equal to 0. So if they are not, if they are more than 1 or more than 0, then the button is not going to be disabled. And then the text for this button is going to be showing the download icon with a class name here of size dash 4. Close this out, and then the text is going to say export CSV. Now the button is going to have some class names, so it's going to have a few class names. So class name here, bg white, then on hover, bg white /75, and then with the disable state for this is going to say bg dash neutral dash 600, and then disable state is going to say text neutral dash 400, and then text neutral dash 900 for the button, and then font dash bold, and then padding on the x of 6, padding on the y of 3, rounded dash large, and then flex, and then items dash center, then gap dash 2, then transition dash colors. We can save that. Let's see what we have. So that is our button. So when I click on this, it should give me the option to download everything as a CSV file. As you can see, it gives me expenses for the date, for the year, and then the month. Fantastic. Now we're going to go below this button and then below these two divs, and then we're going to have our categories. So this is going to be the breakdown of our categories. So we're going to have a bg transparent, or the div with the class name of bg transparent, rounded dash xl, padding all round of 6, border, and then border neutral dash 800, and then we're going to have an h3 with a class name of text dash large, font dash semi bold, and then text white, and then margin bottom of 6. The text is going to say category breakdown, and then below this h3 we're going to say object.keys and then pass in the monthly stats dot category breakdown, because remember that category breakdown is an object. So using object.keys, we can get the keys because objects are key value pairs. So we can get the keys using object.keys. I want to check the length for this. If it is equal to 0, if that is true, we're going to be showing something, and then if it is false, we're also going to be showing something. So if it is true, we're going to return a div here. Close it out. This div is going to have a class name of text-center, padding on the y of 8, and then this div is going to be rendering the file text icon with a class name of size-12, and then text neutral-400, mx auto, and then margin bottom of 4, and then it's going to have a paragraph here with the class name of text neutral-300, and then the text for the paragraph is going to say no expenses found for, and then pass in the date. So format, pass in the selected month, want to format in the format of month, year. And I think I did something wrong on top where we have the selected month. This should not have a dash. Okay, so that we remove this dash right here. So format, or rather no expenses a month for the month of and then if it is false, right here we're going to have a div with a class name of space on the y of 4, where we're going to go ahead and say object.entries, then pass in the monthly stats.category breakdown dot sort, and you want to sort it in a way, and you know what, let me just copy this because it's a bit confusing because I can't see it well. So we are on line 200 and something. So the category breakdown, so basically we are saying this right here. So you need to sort them and then map over them. So let me just go ahead and copy object.this. Let me copy it up to, come on, object.da up to there should be fine. So paste it there. So now we're missing a closing parenthesis. There we go. So once we map over them, then I'm going to open up our curly brackets like so, and then we're going to say const percentage is equal to, want to get the amount divided by the monthly stats dot total, and multiply this by 100, and then get it to fixed as one decimal place, and then now we can now say return div here with a key of category, then close this out, and then this div is going to have a class name of flex items-center, justify-between, padding all around the 4, pg neutral-900, and then border neutral-800, and then rounded-large, and then this div is going to have another div, and this other div is going to have an h4 with a class name of text white and font-medium. Then the text is going to say category, and then below this h4 we're going to have a paragraph here with a class name of text neutral-300. The text is going to say percentage, passing the percent sign, and then we're going to say of total spending, and then let's see below this paragraph and then below this div we're going to have another div with a class name of text-right, and then a paragraph inside this with a class name of text white and font semi-bold. We're going to call format currency, and then pass in the amount and then the user currency, and then you can save that, and that is the entire page complete. Look at that. So now if I maximize this, you can see that for the category breakdowns we added in 2 items, but one is the one that is 700 is 58.3% of total spending, which is basically 58.3% of 1200. So that seems to be working okay. And if I go into a different month, you can see that we don't get any data for that particular month because we don't have any data for that month. But if I go into the current month, then you see that spending. If I go into our next month, then you can see that that is working correctly. So you can track your spending over time as you have been spending, and yeah, it looks very Very nice. Now I have a problem here because this is working, but in the dashboard page it's not working. That's annoying. That's annoying. Anyway, we're going to be able to fix that. We will be able to fix that. So this is calling monthly startup total. So now we just need to deal with our settings page. So for our settings page, I want to do something similar that I did when we were beginning the reports page. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate into my settings right here. And then I want to do some bit of copying and pasting. So basically the imports as well as this state that we have for the default colors. And these default colors are for the categories. So when you want to add a new category, you're going to have the option to add these colors. And you can add more of them if you want. But you can see that there are quite a few imports that we need to do. And I trust that by now these imports are self-explanatory. Oops. Because as you can see, we're importing use user, use query, use mutation, API, use state, use effect, and then the icons, and then we get our delete model, and then a currency converter component, which we don't have, and then these functions from our utils currencies, and then globe from loose react as well. This should be imported here. And then we have our default colors. Now let's go ahead and create this currency converter component. So components, new file, currency converter.jsx. Then let's just say RFC and then enter. Leave it as that for now so that we can build out our settings page first of all. Now, if you take a look once again, this is something that we have done before. So basically getting the user and then setting our state values and then our delete model stuff. And then we get the categories from Convex. And you know what, let me just copy all of this because the font size is a bit small. So let's get all of this. And then I'm going to paste it inside here, and then I can explain it. So basically what's happening is that we are distracting the user from Clerk using use user. We set up a new state value called new category name and set new category name in case you want to add a new category, and then new category color and then set new category color for when you're adding a new category. And we are defaulting it to the default colors here and setting it equal to the first value, which is kind of like a rose color. And then we have a delete model and set delete model, which is an object which has a key of show, which is false by default, and a key of category, which is null by default. And if you remember how we did the delete model for the other page, we had a show and then we had an expense. So this is just basically something similar. And then next we're getting the categories from Convex, and then we also get the default categories from Convex. And then we get the user data, which is something that I've done before. And then we get the create category function. We get the delete category function. And then we have the update user currency function as well, which are all functions that we created in Convex. So we can continue building everything out now that we have that out of the way. So we're going to initialize the default categories for new users. So first of all, we want to call the use effect. And this use effect is going to be taking in a number of dependencies. So it's going to be dependent on the user, the categories, the default categories, and then the create category. So anytime that any of these values change, then we want our use effect to run. And what is our use effect going to be doing? It is checking for if user exists and if categories exist, and if categories.length is greater than 0. And this should be triple equals, and then it also checks for the default categories like so. Now if that is true, then the default categories, we're going to say default categories dot for each, so map over each one of them, and then for each category that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and say this. We want to create category, which is the function from Convex, in the form of user ID, and pass it in as user.id, and then the name is going to be the category.name, and then the color is going to be category.color, and that is it for our use effect. And then we're going to create a bunch of functions here. So the first function that we're going to create is called handle handle add category. This is going to be an asynchronous function taking in the event of e. We're going to say e.prevent default, and inside you want to check if there is no user or there is no new category name dot trim, so that it removes extra spaces. So if that is true, then you simply want to return and break out of that. Otherwise, we're going to have a try catch block. For the catch block, we're going to say console dot error, and we're going to say error creating category, then pass in the error like so. And then in the try block, we're going to await create category and pass in the user ID as user.id, then pass in the name as new category name.trim, so that it removes extra spaces, and then the color is new category color like so. And then we're going to reset our state value, so set new category name into an empty string, and then set new category color back into the default colors, then get the first value, which is the pinkish rose color. The next function that we're going to create is called handle delete category. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to check if there is no delete model dot category. If that is true, then return, because it means that the delete model is not open, so we don't want to delete the category. Otherwise, we're going to have a try catch block. For the catch block, we're going to say console dot error, and we're going to say error deleting category, and pass in the error. And then for the try block, we're going to say await delete category, and then pass in the ID as delete model dot category dot underscore ID. And then we're going to reset our state value, so set delete model, and show is going to go back into false, and then category is going to go back into null like so. And then next we have a function here to open the delete model, so const open delete model is going to be taking the category as an argument, where we're going to say set delete model and set the show value into true, and then pass in the category as well. And then the next function is called close const close delete model. This is going to be an arrow function like so. We're going to say set delete model, and show is going to go back into false, and then category is going to go back into null. And then finally a function here called handle currency change. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Pass in a new currency as an argument. We're going to say, oops, what am I typing? So we're going to say that if there is no user, then return, and then otherwise we're going to have a try catch block. For the catch, we're going to say console.error, and we're going to say error updating currency, then pass in the error. And then for the try block, we're going to say await update user currency like so. We're going to pass in the user ID as the user.id, and then the currency is going to be the new currency like so. And that should be it. Now we can begin to build out our return. So let's go back into our application. So our return is going to be as follows. This div is going to have a class name of maxWidth-4xl, and then mxAuto, and then padding on the x of 4, and then on small screens padding on the x of 6, and then on large screens padding on the x of 8, and then overally we're going to have padding on the y of 8, and then we're going to have a div with a class name of margin bottom of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to have an h1 with a class name of text-3xl, font-bold, text-white, and then margin bottom-2. The text is going to say settings. So save that, we have settings right there. Below the h1, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text neutral-300. The text is going to say manage your account and preferences. Save that, we have that right there. And then below this div, we're going to create another div with a class name of bg transparent, and then rounded dash XL, then padding around of 6, and then border dash neutral dash 800, and then margin bottom of 8. And I'm just getting to this point, and then I realize that you might be wondering why I have BG transparent even though like the div doesn't have any color. I mean, it will be the same as just leaving the color out. The reason is because originally I built this using a different color palette, but I didn't like it in the end. So I transformed them to use neutral dark colors and then BG transparent on everything else. That's why you have that. I mean, the explanation wasn't necessary, but you know, now you know. So inside this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, then item dash center, then margin bottom of 6. This is going to be showing the user icon with the class name of size dash 6, text dash white, and then margin right of 3. And then this is going to have an h2 with the class name of text dash XL, font dash semi bold, text dash white, text dash white. The text is going to say profile. Save that, and we're going to have that for the profile. And then below this div, we're going to have another div with the class name of flex, then items dash center, then space on the x of 4. Inside this, we're going to have an image, and this image, the source for this is going to be coming from the user .image URL from Clerk. The alt attribute is going to be the user .full name, or simply going to say user in case the user is not authenticated. The class name for this is going to say size dash 16, not 6, and then rounded dash full, so that it is going to have a rounded thingy, a rounded image. And then below this image, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have an h3 with the class name of text dash white and font dash medium. And then this is going to say user .full name, or it's going to return user in case the user doesn't have the full name attribute. And then below that, we're going to have a paragraph with the class name of text neutral dash 300. And then inside here, we're going to show the user dot primary email address dot email address, that it shows the email address of the user right there. And then we're going to go below 1, 2, 3 divs. And then below these 3 divs, we're going to have our currency settings. So we're going to have BG transparent here, rounded dash XL, padding all round of 6, border dash neutral dash 800, and margin bottom of 8. And then a div with the class name of flex, item center, margin bottom of 6. It's going to be showing the globe icon, the class name here of size dash 6, text dash white, and then margin right of 3. Close that out. And then the h2 is going to have a class name of text dash XL, font dash semi bold, and then text dash white. This should be semi bold. And then the text for the h2 is going to say currency settings. Now below this h2 and below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of grid columns dash 1, and then on that screens grid columns dash 2, and then give it a gap of 8. And then below this we have the currency selection. So let me have a comment here called currency selection, where we're going to have a div and then an h3 with a class name of text dash white, font dash medium, and then margin bottom of 4. The text is going to say default currency. And then below this h3, we're going to have another div with a class name of space dash y dash 4. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div. This div is going to have a label. This label is going to have a class name here of block and text neutral dash 200, text dash sm, and font dash medium, then margin bottom of 2. Close that out. The text is going to say select your preferred currency. And then below this label, we're going to have a select. The value of this select is going to be the user data .currency if it exists. Otherwise, it's going to default into USD. And then on change, so this is going to have an on change, where we're going to be calling the synthetic event of E, and we're going to say handle currency change, and then pass in E.target value. Now inside this, or rather this is going to have some class names, and it's going to have a class name of width dash full, bg neutral dash 900, then border neutral dash 800, and then rounded dash large, and then padding on the x of 4, padding on the y of 3, then text dash white, then on focus outline dash none, then on focus ring dash 2, then on focus ring dash white, and then on focus border dash transparent. And then inside here we can now map over the currencies. So currencies dot map, and then for every currency that we get back, then we're going to return an option here with the key of currency.code. So currency.code. Now, in case you've forgotten, this is all coming from our utils. So utils currencies. So basically what we're taking is all of this. So currency code, the name, the symbol, the flag. So that is what we're building, we are using rather, to build our currency converter, as you can see right here. So currencies is going to have a key of that, and then the value is going to be the currency.code once again, and then inside the option we're going to render out the currency.flag, and then we're going to render out the currency.code, and then dash we're going to render out the currency.name. So now if I save that, we should be able to see that, and I've misspelled border once again. So that now look at this, now we have a huge drop down of all those currencies, as you can see, looking very, very nice. Now below the select and then below this div, we want to check if the user data $.currency exists, currency exists, and only when it exists, that's when we want to render out this div. Close it out. This div is going to have a class name here of bg neutral dash 900, and then rounded dash large, and then padding all around of 4, and then another div inside that with a class name of flex, then item dash center, justify dash between, and then we're going to have a span with a class name of text neutral dash 300, which is going to say currency. And the current currency here, that closes the span. We're going to go below the span, we're going to create a div with a class name of flex, then item dash center, space on the x of 2, and then inside this we're going to have a span with a class name of text dash 2xl, which is going to say get currency by code, like so. So we're going to pass in the user data dot currency, then outside of this dot the flag. So, and then below this span we're going to have another span with a class name of text dash white, and then font dash medium. This is going to be calling the get currency by code. So get currency by code, and then pass in the user data currency outside of this dot name, like so. And then finally below this span, another span with a class name of text white and font dash bold, and this is going to be calling, and this is first of all parentheses and then curly brackets. We're going to say get currency by code, and then pass in user data dot currency, then outside of this get the symbol, like so. Now if we save that, we should get that. So that now if I select another currency, it updates that we get the flag. Now the reason why we're doing the span, all these spans, is so that we can get the flag and then the name and then the symbol. So that's why we are doing all this convoluted stuff. So now we're going to go below this, so below where this ends, and skip 2 divs. So below these 2 divs, we're going to return a div here with the currency converter component, which we don't yet have. Now once we have the currency converter, which ends here, we're going to skip 2 divs, and then we're going to go ahead and create our categories, so where we can add and delete categories. So it's going to have a div with a bg of transparent, rounded dash xl, padding all around of 6, border, and then border neutral that's 800, and then another div with the class name of flex, item center, margin bottom of 6, and then we're going to show an icon here called chart bar stacked. So chart bar stacked with the class name here of size dash 6, and then text dash white, and then margin right of 3. Close this out, and then we're going to have an h2 with the class name of text xl, font dash semi bold, and then text dash white, and then this is going to say expense categories. Save that, and it's going to show up right there. Fantastic. Now below the h2 and below the div, we're going to create our form here. This form is going to have an onSubmit handler, which is going to be calling the handle add category function. This form is also going to have some class names here: margin bottom of 8, padding all round of 4, border neutral dash 800, and then rounded dash large. So rounded dash large, and then inside this form we're going to have an h3 with the class name of text white and font dash medium, and then margin bottom of 4, and then the text is going to say add new category, and then below the h3 we're going to have a div with a class name of grid columns dash 1, and then on medium screens grid columns dash 3, and then give it a gap of 4 all around. And then inside this div we're going to have a div and then a label here, and we already have a label somewhere, so let me just copy these class names, copy, and then paste them here. And then the text for this is going to say category name, and then below this label we're going to have an input with a type of text, and we don't need the name, we don't need the ID, but the value for this is going to say new category name. And then on change we're going to be calling our synthetic event of e. We're going to say set new category name into e.target.value, and then the class names here are going to be similar to what we have on the select. So let me just get where the select is, because there are quite a few class names. So copy this and then paste them down right here, and then the placeholder is going to say enter category name, and then set it to required, and then that closes that div. So you can copy this div downwards. The text for the label now is going to say color, and we don't need this input because now it is a select. So we're going to be rendering out a select here. We don't need the name, we don't need the ID. Oops. But the value for this is going to say new category color. And then on change, we're going to call our synthetic event of e once again. We're going to say set new category color into e.target.value. And then the class names are going to be similar to this. So let's just copy all these class names, copy them, paste them right there. And then inside the select, we are going to map over our default colors. So default colors.map, and then for every color that we get back, then we're going to return an option here with the key of color, and then the value is going to be the color, and then the text here is just going to say color. And then let's go ahead and save that. Let's see what we have. There we go. So we have the color. Oh, wait a minute, something is missing, and the thing that is missing is because I copy pasted. So we need to have like a div that shows the current color that you have selected. So what we're going to do is go below this label, and then we're going to have a div here. This div is going to have a class name, and it is going to be self-closing. So class name is going to be size-8, and then rounded-full, then border-2, border neutral-300. And then this div is going to have a dynamic style, which is going to be dependent on, so background color is going to be dependent on the new category color. So basically when we select a color, here, then it should change into the color that we select, as you can see right there. Now this div, see how it is stacked on top of it? I don't want that, so I'm going to take this div and then this select, cut them out, place them inside a div with a class name of flex, then item the center, and then space on the x of 2, which is now going to align them side by side, as you can see. Looks a bit stretched, so let's reduce the size to 6. I mean, that doesn't do much, but anyway, you can see that the color changes appropriately. So now we're going to go below this select, and then below 2 divs, and then we're going to create a div here with the class name of flex, and then items dash end, and then this is going to have a button. This button is going to be a type of submit, and then let me go into the report page. Into the report page, we have a button that says export CSV. So this button, basically, I want to copy this class name because typing this out is a bit annoying. So the button is going to have the following class names right there. And then the text for this button is going to be showing the plus icon with a class name of size-4. Close that out, and then the text is going to say add category. Save that, and we have that. So add category right there. Now once we have the categories, then we want to show a list of all the categories that are already there. So we're going to go below the form. We're going to have a div with the class name of space-y-3, and then an h3 with the class name text white, font-medium, and then margin bottom of 4, and then the text is going to say your categories. And then below the h3, we're going to map over the categories of categories. If categories is true, then the categories.length is greater than 0. If that is true, then you want to show something. Otherwise, we're also going to be showing something else. So inside here, we're going to return a div and close it out. And then this div is going to have a class name grid columns-1, and then on medium screens, grid columns-2. Give it a gap all round of 4. And then inside this, we're going to map over our categories. So categories.map. Then for every category that we get back, then we're going to go ahead and render out a div with the key of category._id, because that is how they're stored in Convex. And then this div is going to have a class name flex item center, justified between, padding around 4, bg neutral -900, rounded -large, and then on hover bg neutral -800, and transition colors. And then inside this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of flex, and then items center, then space on the x of 3. And then we're going to have another div with a class name of size-4, and then rounded -4. And this div is going to have a style attribute, which is basically the same thing that we're doing for the color, so that we can show the color of the category. The background color, therefore, so background color is going to be category color. And then this is self-closing. So we're going to go below that div, have a span with a class name of text white and font-medium, which is going to say category.name. And then we're going to go below the span, and then below the div, we're going to have a button here. This button is going to have an on click, and when you click on this button, we're going to be calling in an inline function here called open delete model, then passing the category. And then this button, close it out, is going to have a class name of text neutral -400, and then on hover, we're going to say text red -300, then transition colors, and then the button text is going to show an icon called trash2 with a class name of size-4. Close it out, and that should be it for the button. And then now we can build out our else right here. So we're going to have a div here with a class name of text-center, and then padding on the y of 8. And then inside this div, we're going to show the chart bar stacked icon. This is going to have a class name of size-12, and then text neutral -400, and then mx auto, then margin on the bottom of 4. And then below this, or rather inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph with a class name of text neutral -300, which is going to say no custom categories yet. And that should be almost it, but you can save that to see what you have. So you can see that now this is getting the categories correctly, right? This is getting them correctly from Convex. This should say MX, not MC. We are not Hammer. So this is showing the categories correctly, and I can delete them. Oh, I don't have the delete functionality yet. Because we are calling the open delete model somewhere on the button right here, but we don't have the actual delete model. So we're going to go below these two divs, and then we're going to render out the delete model, which we created, if you remember. And the delete model takes in quite a number of props. So isOpen is going to be equal to delete model.show, and then on close is going to be close delete model, and then on confirm is going to be calling handle delete category, and then the title is going to say delete category, and then the message is going to be a template literal here that says, are you sure you want to delete the, and then $ curly bracket, delete model.category category question mark dot name, and then outside of this category, so are you sure you want to delete the transport category, for example, question mark, this action cannot be undone. So let's save that. Now we should have our delete model right there. So are you sure you want to delete the rent category? If I say delete, then it is going to be deleted. And if I click on this again, are you sure you want to delete the food category? Delete, and it is deleted. And if I want to add a new category, so let's add rent back in. Let's add it as that color. So add category. You can see that now rent is added in. And then now let's change our currency to use Kenyan shilling because it is somewhere there. And then back inside our dashboard, you can see that now the currency updates into Kenyan shillings, and then this is Kenyan shillings, and then da. But now I think we were having some issues. Oh, this color is wrong. I think that color is wrong. So in the expenses. So now I think all that is remaining is just to fix these bugs that we have, beginning in this one, and then with the category here, as well as the one in the expense form. Oh, look at that. Now the category is showing. I mean, I haven't done anything differently, have I? I mean, what? Okay, so if I change this into something like 6,500 and change this into rent payment, the category is rent, and then say add expense, then you can see that rent is now added, but this seems to be styled wrongly. The color for rent is not showing up as I expected to show up, and this is updated, but the total expenses is not updated. So that's an issue. So one has apparently just fixed itself. I don't know how, but can't complain if it has. The reports page is working as we expected it to work, and the settings page is also working. Oh, except we haven't built the currency converter. Oh yes, that's the only thing that is remaining, and then we can deal with our recent expenses. So let me just jump into the expense list, because I think the expense list here should have a background color. So BG neutral 900, I think it should be 950, so that it's just a bit contrasted. Is it? Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing. This should be 950 is right, so 900 should be it. There we go. Yeah, so that it's just a bit contrasted with everything else. So you can see that rent now shows up here as a category because these others don't have categories. So if I delete them, I can delete it from there and then delete it from there as well. But now we just need to deal with the correct color here and then the correct color here as well. So I'm inside my dashboard component where we have total expenses. So let's go ahead and do a bit of debugging. So console log the total expenses to see what we're getting back, if at all anything. Let's open up our thingy. Okay, so you can see that total expenses is actually showing up, right? It is actually showing up, and we are passing this inside the stats card. So let's go into the stats card component where we're destructuring total expenses, and then former currency, total expenses, and then user currency. So user currency in this case has been updated into Kenyan shilling. Total expenses, what am I getting for total expenses here? Let me remove the console log from here. And then for the total expenses, let me just go ahead and console log it here. So total expenses, save it again. So it is undefined, right? So in the stats card, it is undefined. Why is that so? Even though we're getting it in the dashboard, we're getting it in the dashboard right here. But when we pass into the stats card, oh, I misspelled this. I misspelled that. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. So I know you guys were probably just watching and wondering why I'm getting this, yet it is working for you. It's because I misspelled that. Yes, programming will do that to you, give you a heart attack for nothing. So now we can get total expenses. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so good. Let me even stretch a bit. Okay. So we have that showing up, but our categories are still not showing up as we expected. So amount here, let's say 250. Let's say entertainment. I mean, you can give it a better description than that, but create expense. So entertainment, see how entertainment now shows up with the correct color. And then if I were to edit this entertainment and then look at this bar, because 250 is only 3.7% of the total expense. If I were to modify it into something like 2500, update, you'll notice that, oops, update is not working. Okay, let's go into our expense form. Let's find where we have update. So update expense by the ID and then expense.id and then expense data. That seems correct. Let's find where we have our update button. So update, so we're not calling anything or rather any function on this. That's the reason why. And wait a minute, we shouldn't be calling any function because this is a type of submit. So on the form, we should be calling the handle submit. That's the one. So handle submit probably is failing somewhere. I'm not sure. Handle submit. If there's an expense, then update expense ID is going to be the expense.id ._id. Is that correct? Do I have this function? API.expenses.update. Do I have that function? Let's go into expenses. Where is the update function? Update. Okay, so it takes in the ID, and then this, we're already destructuring this in the expense data that we have here, the amount description category and then date, amount description category and date. So we are saying that this will destructuring the into arguments and then return the patch, so patch ID, and then add all the updates. That should be correct. Yes, that should be correct. I wonder why it is not working. It is not working. Okay, what I wanted to show you was this. Let's delete this and then let's have it as like 5,000. Let's change it into shopping. So let me say house, stuff, and groceries. So that now, if it is 5,000, look at the bar now. Look at the bar. So this was what is it? Oh, I did not select a category. Wait, didn't I select a category? Okay, I understand why. So once again, let's try it out. So 5,000, let's say groceries. Let's change it into something like, I mean, shopping is correct, but the reason why it wasn't showing up in the previous one is because it defaults to shopping, but you have to select it so that it shows that you are on the shopping category. So add expense. Now look at that. Now shopping has this purple color. Now it takes up 43.5% out of the total, which is this. Fantastic. Now the reason why rent is showing up as this grayish color, even though rent is set to pink here, is something that I couldn't overcome, and I don't know why, but it's because this is registering as others, and if you remember how we added other, we gave it a BG gray of 500, so that's the reason why. And if you know how to fix that, then do inform me, because I couldn't get it to work. So now let's go ahead and build our currency converter, which is our last component, and then we can put this project to sleep. So into the currency converter component, let's go. So our currency converter is going to have a few things, and just like in the other components, I want to go ahead and just copy the imports right here. So copy and paste them. So we are importing useState and useEffect, and we're importing these functions from our utils currencies, and then we're importing these two icons. And then let's set up our state values, so it's going to be easier to also copy them instead of typing them all out. So the default amount is this, the from currency, and then the to currency, and then the converted amount, and then the search from, or search from rather, and then search to, meaning if we can search from the drop down list from the from currencies and the drop down list of the to currencies. And then once we do that, then we can begin to build out our currency converter. Now to do that, we're going to go ahead and create a use effect here. This use effect is going to have a callback function with the dependencies here of amount from currency, and then to currency. And then we're going to check if amount exists, and if it is not a number, so is NaN, like so, then we're going to pass in pass float, then pass in the amount, like so. And then we're going to say const result is equal to convert currency, and pass in parse float. This is going to be taking the amount, and then the from currency, and then currency, and then the to currency, like so. And then we're going to say set converted amount into the result that we're going to get back. That is our first use effect. Next, we're going to create a function to swap currencies. So const swap currencies is equal to, and we're going to say set from currency into the to currency, and then set to currency into the from currency, and then set search from back to an empty string, and then set search to back to an empty string. So basically change the value. So set the from value into the to value, and then set the to value into the from value, and that's how you swap the currencies. And then const filtered from currencies, because we're going to have a drop down, right? We're going to have a drop down, so we want to be able to filter the currencies by just typing them in instead of searching them one by one. So filtered from currencies is going to be equal to currencies dot filter, and then for every currency that we get back, then we're going to say return the currency dot name dot to lowercase dot includes, and we want to check if it includes the search from dot to lowercase like so, or we want to check the currency dot code dot to lowercase, because sometimes you can search for a currency by its name or its code, and I'm doing this wrongly. This should be inside here. So currency dot currency dot code dot to lowercase like so, dot includes, and I want to include search from dot to lowercase, and remember that it is a function like so. And then we're going to call something similar, so copy this down. This is now going to be called filtered to currencies. So this is going to be currencies.filter, and now instead of search from, it's going to be search to. So Control D to highlight both of them, then we can just change them into search to, like so. And then now we can build out our return. So the currency converter is going to have a class name here of rounded dash large, and then padding all round of 6, and then a div here, the class name of flex, then items at center, and then margin bottom of 6, and then we're going to show the calculator icon with a class name of size -5, and then text -white, and then margin on the right of 2, and then an h3 with a class name of text white, and then font -medium. The text is going to say currency converter, and then you can close that div. So below this div, we're going to have another div with a class name of space -y-6, and then inside this we're going to have another div with a label here. The label is not going to have an HTML4, but it's going to have a class name here of block, and then text neutral -200, then text or the font -medium, then margin bottom of 2. The text is going to say amount, and then below this label we're going to have an input. This input is going to be a type of number. The value for this is going to be the amount, and then on change we're going to call e. We're going to say set amount into e.target value, and then it's going to have some class names here, and we've already typed out these class names many times, and you can see that for the inputs the class names are quite a bit. So I'm going to go into my expense form, which is right here, find an input, and then simply copy the classes. So copy and then paste them here, and of course it's easier to just move this into like your index.css into a single class which you can just call all the time, and you can do that, but I did not do that for some reason. And the placeholder for this is going to say enter amount. It is not going to be required. And then below this div we're going to have a similar looking div. So we're going to have a div and then a label here. This label is going to have the same class name, so copy, paste them here. The text for the label is going to say from, and then below this label we're going to have a div with a class name of space -y-2, and then inside this div we're going to have an input with a type of text with a value of search from, and then on change we're going to call e, and we're going to say set search from into e.target.value, and then the class names are going to be this one. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and then the placeholder is going to say search currencies ... and then below this input we're going to have a select. This select is going to have a value of from currency, and on change we're going to say set from currency into e.target.value, and this select is going to have the same class names as the input. And then inside this select we're going to say filtered from currencies.map, and then for every currency that we get back, then we're going to return an option here, option with the key of currency.code, and then the value is also going to be currency.code, and then close that out. And then we're going to render the currency.flag, and then we're going to render out the currency.code, then dash, and then the currency.name. And when I save that, that should be our from. You can see that you can now search for currencies. So I can search for Kenyan shilling and it shows up right there, instead of having like to manually like search through this drop down as we did for this top one. And it is very simple to implement the same thing on top, but I'm going to leave that up to you. Now once we close the select, we're going to go below two divs, and then we're going to have our swap button. So flex justify center. Then inside this div we're going to have a button. When you click on this button, we're going to call the swap currencies function, and then this button is going to have a class name here of padding around of 2 bg neutral -900, and then on hover bg neutral -800, and then text -white, and then rounded -full, and then transition -colors, and then this is going to be showing the arrow right left icon with the class name here, class name of size -4. Close that out, and that should be the button. So if we save that, we can see that the swap button is right there. Let's change this to 950, so that when you hover over it, 900 is not showing. Oh, this should be capital N. I thought I corrected that. There we go. There we go. So very subtle for our swap, for our arrow right left for our swap button, but it's okay. And then now below this button and then below this div, we're going to have something similar to this div on the top. So this div that is contains the from. So we're going to copy this entire div up to there, copy it and then paste it on the bottom, and then change this into 2, change this into search2, change this into set search2, and then this is going to say to currency, so to currency, change this into set to currency, and then this is filtered to currencies, and then that should be okay. That should be the entire thing. So you can search for currencies there from US dollar and so on and so forth. Now once you do that, then we're going to go below the select and then below 2 divs, and then we're going to show the result of our conversion. So we're going to create a div with a BG neutral of 900, and then rounded dash large, and then padding all round of 4, and then border neutral dash 800, and then create another div with a class name of text dash center, then a paragraph with the class name of text neutral dash 300, and type, and then margin bottom of 2, and then the text is going to say converted amount, and then below this paragraph we're going to have another paragraph with the class name of text dash 2xl, then font dash bold, and then text dash white. This is going to call the format currency, where we're going to pass in the converted amount, comma, and then the to currency like so. And then below this paragraph we're going to have another paragraph with the class name of text neutral dash 400, and then text dash extra small, and then margin top of 2, and then this is going to say 1, and then from currency is equal to format currency, and then pass in the convert currency, and then this is going to take in 1 and then from currency, and then comma to currency like so, and then outside of this once again comma to currency. That should be it. So save that, and you can see that basically what we are creating here is 1 USD is equal to that number of euros. So that is the conversion amount that we are basically using. So if we are starting out with 100, that it means that 100 USDs is going to be 85 euros. If we change this into 1,000, then it's going to be 850. Now this is not accurate according to like an exchange rate API, which is something similar that we built on the channel, but it is just something that is in the currencies, so that you can have some static data that you can compare against. So the exchange rates that it is using is this one right here, and you can see that by default the USD is, because we are using a USD by default, so we are assuming that this is 1, and then the euro is going to be this, and so on and so forth. So don't rely on this too much. You can just use it like as a guideline, but always confirm in case you're going to be using it. Now this is completely optional, but you can go below this paragraph and then below these 2 divs, and then have another div with the class name of text dash extra small, then text neutral dash 400, and then text dash center, and then you can say something like exchange rates are approximate, just like that. And then you can have like an asterisk just to show people not to rely on this type of exchange rate, because it's not linked to any API. Because linking this to an API would be, I mean, it's doable, but it increases the scope of the application quite a bit, and I don't feel like this is all that necessary. If I'm being honest, I don't feel like it is all that necessary, but it can give you a nice guideline in case you're using it. Okay, now that we are able to create the category and do everything else, I think we should be done with the application. And just to demonstrate the functionality, I'm going to go ahead and log in with another account. So you can see that I am on another account and I am on the login page by default. But in this other one, then I'm already logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in with my Google account. And as soon as I sign in, you can see that now it takes me into my dashboard. Now, because this is a different user, you can see that it shows 0 expenses for this month. but for this other user, then it shows the expenses for that particular user. And then spending by category is also empty by default. And I can also go ahead and add in expenses here. So if I add something like 6,500 once again for rent, and I set this into something like rent right here, I can say add expense, and it shows up as rent. I can add another thing here. I can say something like 500 for food, and it is already on the food category, add expense, and it shows up like so. So you can see that this is working for this user, and then on the other user, then it also shows that particular amount. And then if you go into our database, you can see that the expenses for every user show up, and then you can see that the number of users that have logged in are also 2 of them. And then for the categories data, you can see that it shows all those categories. And the reason why it's showing these categories is because the users are 2. So if another user logs in, then it's going to show the categories as well. So this is in post. I was testing out something on the application, and I realized that the update function was still not working, and I forgot to fix it in the video. So the reason why it was not working is because I checked in my expenses right here, and in the update function, I had written update singular without the D, update at. So it was giving me an error. So the correct way is to say updated at, so that what we have in our mutation matches what we have in our schema. So that now if I change this into something like 8,500 and then update, then it updates the total expenses as well as this value right here. And then something else that I noticed that I forgot to fix is right here in the category, is that this is not supposed to look like this. So the way that you fix that is inside the category chart, you just need to find this div and then just grab this entire div, and using the Alt key, bring it down by 1 by using the down arrow key, so that it is outside of this div. So it is 1 div, 2 div, and then 3 divs. So that when you save that, then it's going to show up much better. You can see that that is a much better UI. And then something else that you can do, and this is completely optional, is we did not show the total amount of the spending. So if you go ahead and just add this right on the bottom, so if you add it right on the bottom below this div, then it is going to show you the total amount that you've spent. And I think this looks much better, as you can see. And with that, I think that is the end of the application. I think that is really it. I did not expect this project to be so huge. I really underestimated it. I thought it'd be something that I would be able to complete in about 2 hours, but as you can see, and let me just show you, this is my 3rd recording session, and I've recorded for 2 hours 49 minutes. So the video is probably going to be about 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, I think so. 3 or 4 hours, maybe 4.5 hours. I think 4.5 hours is a more accurate estimate. If not 4.5 hours, then it's going to be 4 hours. And I really do appreciate all the support that you give me on these videos, because it's becoming a bit harder to record videos and edit and do all my work within the time that I have, because I also have a day job. So getting time to record is getting a bit harder, because in the evening when I come back from work, it's a bit tiresome. It's a bit tiresome to just get up and record everything. And I also have to schedule my recording sessions at the times when it's quiet outside. So like now, the kids are about to come back from school, so it's about to get noisy. That's why perhaps you noticed that towards the end of the video, I started going a bit faster, because I was checking the time and I knew that it's about to get noisy outside. So any kind of support that you show on these videos is highly appreciated. And as always, this video is going to release for members first, and then 3 days later it is going to release publicly for everyone. So if you want to be a member and see this video, so if you want to become a member, you can consider joining the membership on the channel. But every like and share is appreciated as well, and every view is appreciated, because I'm trying to make YouTube I want to make it, what's it called, like a source of income where I can depend on it. So it's quite a bit of a struggle, but we are getting there. So thank you guys for watching, and if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like. If you found value, then subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next one.